years ago, I made a live event which was interrupted for, I don't know, for no reason. In effect, it was nothing because of me. So I want to show you this. I can go live for a while, and I'm going to show you this in the pre-recorded mode. So this is the footage from the June 6, 2022. Pay attention on the time here because the time is 23:14 in the evening, just a little before the midnight, and I never show you anything from that time. Usually, I'm showing you something what is visible during the daylight, during the afternoon, or during the morning. During the daylight, during the afternoon, or during the morning. During the daylight, during the afternoon, or during the morning.
Wow, wow, wow. So basically, you know exactly what I'm going to say because, yeah, you know, I'm going to screen share something. You think you're going to come after me? Trauma-based mind control, basically. For target individuals worldwide, they only know too well what all this is about. You see, you send somebody around by a company in England that's known as Blatchford Group. Within their division, they do wheelchair services. It's a private company that's contracted out privately now by the public funded companies in England. And that man called Dave, I got evidence of this in a recording on Tuesday, the 7th of June 2022. The reason why he was only sent round after 5 months of delays of offer of services, and that is just nothing new, was to gather evidence. What would I just to gather evidence of well, they block everybody coming to my chat anyway. Let me just get into the right channel, and that might just help me get my page up. The police were used outside on the 31st of May for reason 2022. Implied from my neighbour, but it wasn't. It was psychological tactics towards me. The link in blocking medical services is the reason behind this, and it's very demonic. It's very demonic. There is constant hacking going on in everything I own, so it's not surprising.
There is constant hacking going on in everything.
As nobody comes into the chat anyway because it's compromised. So this is a notice to principal, it's notice to agent. A notice to agent is notice to principal. The trauma-based mind control technology has been around for a long time. The UK mind and AI interlinked with transhumanism agendas, always has been, by transhumanists, and always wanting to experiment on non-consensually without individuals knowing they're being experimented upon. And they have to traumatise you, so it creates a disassociation of the brain. The brain's a new battlefield. It always has been for a long time. I didn't know all this until a lot more people I found were going through similar what I am. Now, people need to research this man. I do believe, hopefully, still inside, called Anthony Hardy, Camden Ripper, whatever. Over the years, well, I didn't know at the time, but 2003, I was used as a witness in the murder case in the Old Bailey in London. The guy himself was not going to admit to the murders, and I was the only survivor of what he did to me, and how he did things to me, and what he did eventually to those women, and how they died. But I managed to survive. And ever since that incident, all these 22 years on, I still don't know how I survived at the clutches of a serial killer. So you see these public servants are trying to twist everything for so long. Um, to date, really, more recent, my ability to make a decision or specific decision, which is really clutching at straws, to be honest. Now, I live with all this trauma in my life quite reasonably well and functioning reasonably well, like anybody in the circumstances of life itself going on these days. But when they deliberately email, send a letter, it's going to set me back and trigger me. And this is what the program does. The triggers is what causes the trauma to relive the event like it was yesterday or in front of your face, so to speak, happening again. So that's what this company was used to do. Today's emails was the last email was evidence of what she was hinting at. So I checked the receipt to the posting. I did another affidavit of rebuttals of assumptions about my private life with invitation all over again. It's like going back 2011, the same documents all over again. And forgetting of what these agents in England have done to me all these years, and absolutely breaching their own, which I found on the drive. Victims of crime, of violent crime, the code of practice and key page 8, and it clearly states what should have happened. It didn't. It never has. And I didn't know with the mind control technology and the programming they used Tavistock Institute, Maudsley Hospital in London, the very places I got referred to for the trauma in London as well. That was why the Met Police. I did not know the liaison officers. I mean, they meant well at the time. I was found by it was all over the news, you know, and having to live still in the same town is not helpful. Having to live by a certain individual who is very demonic in his character for so long, I've known about him and others, is not helpful. I don't really want to bloody well see their bloody faces, or let alone know about this still about, in a way. But I'm subjected to the denial services, it's called, when you're put on a watch list for something you haven't even done, and it's been fabricated, and it usually is by either you've come across or somebody's come across someone and you just don't know they don't like you, or they think you've done something, and you're put on a national security watch list that you're a threat to the state. State of what? State of the world. So I did not know that what I know now. So eventually you're isolated, basically. You're cut off from friends, family, and you're basically lied about, slander. There's nothing that stops them. And then they bring in to where you live people that are not proper neighbours. They are paid gang stalkers. And then the undercurrent of the area goes downhill. Alleged drug dealing takes place, you name it, it goes on. Now, when I started researching a lot more about all this, it was just like a movie. So, why was that man put in my path all those years ago? And you cannot just waste your life and look at but if, why, buts, and wonders kind of thing. Because when you find the evidence, the patterns is by frequencies to trigger emotions in the brain. And the neuromonitoring monitors the brain waves back to the D-Wave supercomputers based in Utah, America. So when I got out of this religious upbringing and the basics of the origins of it is Freemasonry, and the founders in 1800s were Freemasons. So basically the rituals I took part in as a young kid and my family members that still are and did is based on Freemasonry in the lodges and the practices, a lot of it. And the Freemason Bible, well, they don't believe in Jesus Christ or Christian belief. They worship the Luciferian agenda, the Luciferian. And this world is now run by the most, so much of the Luciferian, so much deception, it's unbelievable. It really is like a really big nightmare. So I'm absolute survivor of so much horrendous things, and also living in this nightmare like it's really like a matrix world, really. So when you are have an awakening of knowledge, and I really sometimes wish I didn't know half the things I know, because it doesn't. What's the point? So they want you to give up, they want you to give in, they want you to fall apart emotionally as well, psychologically as well. So you fall in the hands of who? So I know this is replayed and monitored. I'm going to lose my voice again. I've got a drink at the moment. I need to drink. So I didn't fall apart today. She thought I might. I bugged you home. The frequency is very strong, by the way. So the trigger words David used. Who's this? Oh, they're doing it again. I'll put up with this. Um, the negativity is what these. You see, I'm talking about practical stuff, but also there's a spiritual element to this. And the reaction or trauma in the brain. And such a way when you have such trauma, the brain function cannot cope with extreme trauma and it disassociates. And I didn't know about a lot of things what I know now, of course, years ago, but I do now. And that's the main point. But the triggers is what they focus on. The trauma, NK Ultra, the Monic program project. I didn't even know all this years ago. And I didn't know about Minard Labs, the military Black Ops program. I didn't know about other subjects interlinked. It's all interlinked together. I didn't know there's two parallel worlds. There's a service in the public world, and then there's dark underground world, you can imagine. Tell you. So of course, unless you sell your soul out to the dark occultists and you do what they want, you're going to be on there targeted. You know, they want your soul. But you know, I'm not going to fall for that one because the more the Luciferian policies, agendas coming out, and the more control of the populace, not just England, coming on, the more light workers there are fighting back. And I had no clue of my gifts and my abilities in light workers and the psychic abilities I have. And in my bloodline, female line as well, natural healing. And so, yeah, you traumatize somebody, perhaps as a kid, growing up, then in their life events, then it's like the constant has to be constant traumas. So the brain can be monitored. And if you don't believe there's insurance companies worldwide taking out on target individuals, and when they pass away, they cash in. So a lot of good researchers out there gets information out in different platforms, not just on this platform. And yeah, the infiltration into your main internet connection is one. So all communications are monitored and relayed back. It's like a military operation, really. And they look at strategies, you know, that it's like the neuro monitoring is always there because they want to pre-plan for the next encounters. Next, you know, it's like a constant. So you can't get off. It's like a roller coaster. You can't get off it because you're in it for life. And but yeah, I'm a soldier of Christ. I'm a fighter, not physically, spiritually. And I'm not a rollover for no scenarios or situations. So the advancement in technology is more than they're ever going to let on to the public. And this is one reason of many where they attack my private life, attack my credibility, attack my psychological abilities, you know, functioning, and attack my practical situations, finances, housing, everything you can imagine you need to live on this physical plane. And denial services is a big one. So 2 years, a certain company deliberately have been blocking the right to equipment checks and services. So it looks like in the public servant's eyes that I'm incompetent. This is what they're going on. I'm incompetent. I'm incapable. I've lost capacity. All these assumptions are the ultimate card. It's like Illuminati card, game card. But that's not correct. Because I clearly stated the policies. I mean, no matter what documents I have produced, and in England, the statute law, the contract law, and clearly typed and coerced, and the comprehension is readable. But yet you have these very deep rooted, so sad, really, the patheticness of it all. Um, you have one perpetrator who is right opposite me, who's always had a demonic bee in his bonnet for me. And he started off with nothing years ago as a lorry driver, and now look at him. But anyway, I was just trying to make a video earlier, but I was going by and I realised they wanted me to react to the trauma, to get measurements from my brain. Hmm. Well, logically, if somebody was not targeted, right, in the program, logically, they would accept these documents and realise, oh yeah, it affects her financial situation she's in, or he and she. So of course she can't accept this compensation, and they would realise their mistakes and all those years ago, and they would offer an apology. No, of course they don't. Not to me. I have so much documents and emails to show the malpractice and abuse of public office. These public funded companies in England is unbelievable. It's like a movie. Who's done what, dates, time, well, not times, but dates, and who's involved, and there's a lot. So this is a purpose, you see, to constantly chase your tail, to go round in circles, and waste your income. So, like for me, NK Ultra, trauma based. That's what they put me in. And you're constantly doing emails, letters, print, stamps. You wouldn't even believe they've even brought the company. It's all commerce and business, really. It's what you're just a commodity, dispensable commodity. And so the trigger words by David on Tuesday just gone: move, MOBE. Oh, mental health. That was the trigger word. As nobody comes into the chat anyway. And I could see he had the phone in his pocket, a gold colour cover of his phone, and I could see he was recording me. And how do you know he's not linked up to some other individuals with software on his phone, listening to everything I said in my own private dwelling? Nothing much I said, actually, but it's just a state of affairs. You see, I discreetly said about number 9 about drug dealing, how it is a nightmare to live here. And that back door, the way they've done it and still left it, despite reporting it. And this is a breach of excuse me. New air monitoring. They're going to replay this when I'm meant to be asleep, but I'm going to take some sleeping tablets. Natural ones, natural herbs, just a couple to help me sleep. And I know they hack into my subconsciousness when I'm meant to be in a sleep state, but they mess about. It's like the hybrids, these reptilian different races are using the human race as slave race and are they creating hybrids? I don't know. But there's really good evidence out there. We live in a stimulated reality. And you wake up from a deep state and your consciousness is seeing through so much, and this technology can see through your eyes. It's just unbelievable. But complacency in these individuals, the sacrificing of kids, has been nothing new. That's been done centuries ago. You know, when you find out about the Rothschilds, stumbled across subject Freemasonry, led me to another documentary, and I briefly watched it earlier. Jekyll Island, I think it's called, and where the ancient history, I'm not sure how much of it's true, and it's just seeing how it was just looking at quite a few subjects like free energy and human race, and it just went into different tribes, and it's just evolution subject. It was interesting. So, was the human race tampered with in their DNA, genetics, in the biblical times? And was that reason for the Noah's flood? There's really good podcasts about those subjects. You see, with the technology, when you're a target and you're trauma based, and you have to hammer down into your brain and use it, they use cortex, right? And then the technology frequencies, it's in the ears, tinnitus, your ears. But when I read the patterns and the documents of like mind control and all these different technology, and it's all been ready patterned before I was born, and it's very difficult to keep reminding myself of that. This is all by design. All this, nothing is a coincidence. Nothing is by design. So, point being is, I'm the worst hat, not just with the physical body and the brain, but the physical items, phone, main internet, computer. I hope it's worth it, because yeah, I hope it's worth it. You see, choose, make assumption on somebody. Because of their experience of trauma and their personal life. Correct, Tanya.
Low stocks of frozen chicken, also called cold storage, the ongoing highly pathogenic avian influenza outbreak.
How are you? Just doing. Hiya, Tanya. Yeah, I know, Tanya. If you are back in, if you hear me. If you hear me. If you hear me, I'm here. Yeah, I know. I've just posted a link, a comment. Should be back now. Mummy tried to call, but I didn't answer. Yeah, sounds okay. Let me just check. Yeah, sounds okay. Just check. It's not very good what they're doing to you, Tanya, in Australia. End the times, demons, mind control. Man, got disconnected. I don't know what's going on with this. Hello? Don't know what's wrong with my phone. Hello? I don't know what's going on with my phone. I'm plus 12 now. There's hacking all day. I can't do anything. It's done that's Friday, the 10th, and let's have a look. I can connect this way. It says I'm connected, but I can't hear nobody. Let's have a look. Melissa and Murray is. Yeah, they're doing well, better than me. It's bloody ridiculous, this hacking going on. It's all this doing Netherlands thing. I can do this one. I don't know, the phone says it's connected, but I can't hear nothing. Like, you see what they're doing to my computer. Hello? Am I connected? What's that saying? Discord. It says I'm on. Hello? Join call. Am I connected? I don't know, the sound is terrible. Can't hear nothing. Let's have a look.
Oh, I can hear you now. Are you right, Claire?
My phone, everything's been hacked today. Hello.
Yeah, they like to do that with you. Sorry about that, Claire. You alright?
Not really.
I'm in that same boat, I'll be very honest. Why? What's wrong, Claire?
I don't want to dampen your mood.
Oh no, no. If you wanna say about things or
rant or anything. I'll lend an ear if you ever want that. But I'm feeling very negative with what they've done to my spine and the voice of skull all week. I've had a miserable week since Monday, so it's not been very fun for me.
Glad to hear that.
But no, it's alright. It happens.
Hello, Melissa.
She's got away from the phone for a bit.
Okay.
So what's up with you then, Claire? What's happening?
Well, Tuesday I was videoed without consent in my own home with a wheelchair repair guy that he was only sent to trigger me with the keywords of mental health and the word home. And soon after, the vans outside were like clearance vans, moving vans. He was portraying to be helpful, took the wheelchair out the back to repair, come back, but he's a bit too keen to know about my personal situation, about me. Yeah, it was like triggering me to remember of all these years I'm trying to, can't take this payment, blah blah blah, and all this post, and it's just one thing after another, and it triggers the memories, of the trauma stuff. And he deliberately was there. It wasn't towards the end like, oh, I've done my job, bye. It was like hopping around, and the way he had his phone in his back pocket, the gold colour casing, and the angle of the video camera part was obvious. I recorded it. I was streaming on my laptop, and I've got evidence on audio what he said. And but I didn't notice it in the sense of like, so it would look obvious to him. I didn't react because I had a sense I'm recorded. I was careful my words, and I just kept it very bland. And I said it's not very safe here because they still haven't repaired the back door, because the issue on Tuesday was a nightmare. Because when I got robbed and set up beginning of the year, I didn't realise my car pass I usually have for people visiting me like this needs to be in their window, those get a ticket. And I didn't know until woke up and realised, oh my god, what the hell do I do? So I was deliberately being just triggered, and ended up having to ring up this parking management company here to make sure that if I get a note on his van, he won't get a ticket. And she wasn't helpful. And I'll just give my email out to see what they can do. And
you're hacking it, don't worry.
Yeah, and then I could hear another woman in the background. The company's based in my area, but I could hear in the background loads of copying, and I just knew what that was. I took no notice. And then of course my brain is like not really thinking properly because of the anxiousness of having to cope with this balancing on this medical aid, which is difficult without the wheelchair situation, and knowing full well they've damaged the back door and I can't do nothing about my safety on my own, knowing they hacked me. So all I just literally was just, the mercy of God, whatever. And it was just ridiculous. And then I was on the bloody phone too because of that, because I was anxious to get in the wheelchair sorted. It was getting dangerous to use. And until the Blackwood company in Kettering, and the woman I spoke to, I didn't recognise her voice. She's always been gaslighting me. With the other company she worked for, they just transferred staff over. And I was absolutely suddenly got emotional on the phone because of stress. I composed myself, and I've said, well, you need to let the driver know, because if he gets a ticket, it's not my problem.
Generation said forcecomputers.com.
And then I had to I printed out literally last minute an email by the parking company. So a copy goes to the driver to put in his window just in case. And what a palaver that was. And then the rest of it on top.
Ubiquitous said.
They're hacking everything.
Generation said this website specializes with forensic computer hardware. Forcecomputers.com.
Yes, so it verbally says every single notification you get, but you've got to figure out a way to take that off. Although I know you've been hacked, but I wonder if there's a way you can unhack it.
I've done all this before, and privacies and stuff, sections. And I've tried everything before. It doesn't work. Unfortunately. Oops. Yeah.
Claire, you were saying about to look for the Camden Ripper on the internet.
Yeah.
Would
The seriousness of that, what happened to me, and the only survivor of him is what's caused it all. And I know I've been put in the program before that, but that was the ultimate with the trauma and the mind control. And this is what they do to me. The triggers. There's always that with the disassociation. So
Ubiquitous said.
So this is where I put the main chat. People look at that. You see the mainstream media, what they said about him, and how demonic he was. And when I said about the eyes, his green eyes, at the point of what happened to me. And then me being used by the police as a witness because he wasn't going to admit to the murders. And then being used by the police, and then not being charged for what he did to me. And then nobody all these years, it's 22 years now, ever said that if I take any compensation, it affect my benefits. So I was looking at that earlier because I did an email this today, what you say now, about some kind of thing for the wheelchair control. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. And the bloke I got audio evidence of from Tuesday says, oh yeah, there's no parts in our store at the moment, and you'll be contacted, and it's fine, the motor's fine, and the control's fine. Okay. It's a breather, at least a week or so. And by the way they're going, I'll wait for when they email me. Well, today I saw their email, and of course I got an email out about 2:00 to say, well, your dates, you want to come back out in 4 days' notice after me chasing you up for 5 months? No. And I didn't say what I said just now, but I just knew that it was, it's just like the gut feeling that they're being used to come in my bloody own, to report back about condition of my flat on top, and also what happened on Tuesday with triggers. No, it can't be done with it. I'm on down. I don't need it. I just got the wheelchair fixed. I need a break, so I just offered the week after, and that dawned on me another bloody email come through because my mate sent the second email. I was just in bed all bloody day, and so run down, and then sure enough, straight away got an email back, and this is the way it's worded. A brief summary is keywords. Oh, it's been booked in for the 22nd, but just in case, the terminology she used, and she's the one that's been gaslighting me for years. And if I'd known it was the same woman I spoke to on Tuesday, I tell you, I wouldn't have bloody well spoken to her, because I've had nothing but BS from her for years. And she's a approved mental health worker in her job. And And of course, I'm sure she loved that, me getting emotionally distressed. But her email didn't say anything correct, what I said about on the phone. Because I said, well, because of the robbery I had, this is what's happened, blah, 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 And so the email back was like, dawned on me, shite. I checked my voice audio from Tuesday and it completely confirms it all. That guy was gaslighting me, getting the triggers out of me, and then in the email says, oh, just in case anything unforeseen happens or sudden issues happen. And I thought to myself, what the hell is she putting that in for? What kind of issues could that be? So then it prompted me to check on my recent paperwork documents with the criminal injuries people I sent off on that was Monday the 6th, beginning of this week, and it got delivered the next day in Glasgow. So I'm down here, and that's right at the top of the country. It gets there the next day. Royal Mail's in bold in all my messaging about the post as well. And I thought they got it straight away. And do you know what date they got it? They got it on Tuesday, the very day that the wheelchair people come round, and the very day that they were triggering me. How ironic is that? There's no coincidence. It's like all premeditated. So, of course, I had a bad turn early on that one. And I just had to literally pull myself out of it. I mean, I just focus on getting cooking done and getting something to eat. Because I remembered what you said ages ago. They want a reaction. They want that negativity, the feeding of the negativity. And I tell you, they will literally, as I realised that in the kitchen, right, I was absolutely, no, I'm fighting it. I'm quoting scriptures. I am fighting it. And as I was doing that, guess all the sirens were going off like anything behind me in the road. The police sirens. They were going like anything. So it's like they expected to use the frequencies on me to get the emotion, the negativity in such a way, really badly it were. And but it didn't eventually come out of it. But it didn't work for what they assumed they wanted. And so they went to town with the sirens. And I thought, well, I started doing the documentary video because I needed to document how this is affecting me and wonder if anyone else is out there like me. And when I read these policies online about what should happen for people like me, it's not happening. Never has been for 22 years. So it's like they don't want me to stop not having to cope with it, And now they're threatening with the Court Protection and Mental Health Act 1993, the Mental Health Act 2005. I found that and I'm looking at that. And this is all disgusting. I'm not in that category. No disrespect. I'm not in that side. It's trauma, and I live with it daily, fine, generally speaking. It's always when I get an email or a bloody letter that they know that it triggers the trigger points, So yeah.
What do they want you to do with emails and letters?
It's just what they do, Melissa. It's like it's like it's a way to keep me distracted and constantly physically exhausted.
What do they want you to do?
Well, it's basically I can't accept all this money, right? Because it affects in England the way it works. It affects my disability benefits, right? So for years, I've sent all my documents, evidence, everything off to show you how and why, blah blah blah, and they're ignoring it all.
Yeah.
They're just ignoring it.
Refuse it.
Yeah. And that's what I've done. But because of that, they're turning around saying, oh, we think she's got a problem with her mental health. We think she doesn't understand the procedures. Of course I do. I'm my own lawyer. I've studied law, you know. So, and this is what they're going on now. And they,
Get an attorney.
I've tried, Melissa, even with housing subject, when you are targeted, especially over here in England, especially my situation, everywhere I've gone to for so long now, I've been blocked. So I get like, you approach somebody, then you get an email or phone call, we can't help you. This has been going on like this for years. I have tried contacting the previous rape charities that used to help me in London back in 2019, and then I'll get emails back and saying, oh, we can't help you, you're best to take the money. Hold on. You know, why didn't you say to me, why did nobody in their policies in England or anyone years ago, and even today, is not even on their policies for any victims of crime, or man or woman, whatever, on the violent crime, that if you take compensation and you're on benefits, it affects it. And it's you'll be required to notify where you get your money from, government, right? DWP, it's called, and it be recovered. Everything will be taken off you, and you'll be left with nothing. I'll be left with nothing. And when I found out, like for total amount is 18 grand. You think, wow, that'd be a lot. You thought, great, but then mine are a certain amount. By the time they calculate it all, I will owe more than 14 grand from the date of 2002. So it's a long time, isn't it? Yeah. Murray's fallen asleep. You okay, Murray? I think he's fallen. Shall we wake you up, Murray? You okay?
I'm awake.
Yeah, so I'm wide awake. What's the time for you, Melissa?
6:50.
Wow, how did you go to theatre or something? I saw.
Yeah.
Lovely,
Nice.
lovely. What'd you see? Anything nice?
Downton Abbey.
Oh wow, that's a good period show. Was it a show or a movie?
A movie.
Oh, Down the Abbey. Did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. In English, is it American version or English version?
English.
Yeah. Are you awake now? Are you okay, Maury?
Yeah, I'm alright. Yeah, they keep trying to force me to sleep. I'm alright for now.
It's horrible. How do you cope with that? It's awful.
Can't. Just gotta try and stay awake as much as possible. And if they knock me out, I just gotta hope that the other person isn't offended. So,
Yeah.
but it's just annoying.
I have
so yeah.
Sorry,
Clay.
what was that, Melissa?
I'm here.
Okay.
It's good, Mel. Yeah, well, as I said to Mel, like I haven't had marijuana for a good 13 weeks maybe, and so I had some when I found out the news of like a friend on Monday passed away like 2 days before that, and so I've had weed since Monday.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. But yeah, the targeting's just gone so extra with the marijuana because they're making it seem like it's the weed that's made me not being able to focus on anything, but they've just ramped up the voices skull and the frequencies non-stop, so I can't talk to people properly. They're nasty.
I can relate to that. Not with the cannabis. I wish I had. I'm on herbal cannabis drink. The herbal tea. That's what I'm drinking at the moment for the pain. because they're just like frying my brain and my ears and my neck. Yeah, and then it's like during the night, it's like, how do I explain it? It's like you're meant to sleep, but you're not asleep, and it's like the subconscious part of the brain is meant to be asleep, but really I'm being kept awake all night. And I recorded it last night. I can't believe what I recorded. It's disgusting. And then I'm picking up the noises of someone in my room. You know? I mean, what are we dealing with? It's just ridiculous. Nobody can get into my flat because it's locked. But I don't know whether it's frequencies doing it or what. But it's like they're attacking your brain, and it's like you're talking to somebody, but nobody's there. So when your consciousness when you wake up in your conscious state, and I'm listening back to it, it's like, where have I been? That's not who the hell am I talking to? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, that movie, wow, you can't beat that. I love period sounds. Sorry, Murray, bless your heart. Oh, I don't blame them. Have a bit of cannabis to chill out. Most awful, isn't it, P2K? How is your fourth speech, Minister?
It's not for speech, it's mouth movement.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
It's mouth movement.
The mouth movements, the mouth movements. Have they ceased that for you? Is it still happening? So sorry, I didn't hear that. Say that again. Oh, Murray, bless him. I can't mute Mike. Murray, he can't hear us. Oh, that must be awful. Do you ever experience that yourself? I can't talk. I'll come back in shortly. All right. Okay. Wow. Bless him. Anyway, what I was trying to say, that other people are going for worse than I.
Has also contributed to increasing poultry prices as over 38 million birds have been affected. The agency predicts that food and grocery inflation is going to rise another 7 to 7.5%, totaling the biggest annual increase since the last year of the Carter era. Needless to say, Americans will be totally gutted by another wave of grocery price hikes. According to a Morning Consult survey, 71% of U.S. households are already struggling to keep up with rising grocery prices. 41% reported they will change their prospective purchasing habits if prices soar higher, and 51% revealed they're already noticing empty shelves at their local supermarkets. The high degree of supply pressure on categories that account for such a large share of spending helps to explain rising concern over the elevated cost of living. Grocery items stood out as having both the most severe impact from shortages in March 2022 and the biggest jump since September 2021, noted Morning Consult in its report. So, if you know that you're going to need something in the months ahead, we advise you to buy it now, because with the way things are going, there is a very high chance that you will be paying a whole lot more if you wait. In a very informative op-ed published on The Nation, Liet Olenek shed a light on the many causes contributing to this alarming situation. She says Americans have very little understanding of where most of our food actually comes from. She highlights that makes it harder to connect the dots between extreme heat, drought, the insect apocalypse, and our food system. But without dramatic action to limit both warming and corporate power over our food supply, food shortages and famines are imminent. To put it simply, the plants we eat and the animals that eat plants require water, a predictable climate, and beneficial insects like pollinators to grow. Climate change is ruining all that, while also creating the conditions for agricultural disaster, fires, floods, heat waves, freezes, and new diseases.
Ubiquitous said Windows Portable Edition 2004 on a 2019.
Are already decreasing the yields of American soy, corn, and wheat crops, she explains. In her view, the formula crisis millions of parents are facing right now is a preview of what's coming next.
Ubiquitous said these war drivers have done this for a long time.
Right, so they're blocking people again. Sound check. Check out how long I've been streaming. And so the demonic side, I just end the stream. I'll just focus on what I've got to do. I was talking to somebody on Discord, but they're having problems themselves with the targeting program. I want to play back a section of that. It's about that way.
Dawned on me another bloody email come through because my mate sent the second email. I was in bed all bloody day and so run down. And then sure enough, straight away put an email back, and this is the way it's worded: a brief summary of your dates. You want to come back out with 4 days notice after me chasing you up for 5 months? No. And then
You can hear Murray snoring.
And how demonic he was.
Okay.
All the privacies and stuff, sections. I've tried everything for.
Mental Health is a statute Act 2000, and there's a couple of versions they set you up on.
Yeah.
Claire, you were saying about to look for the
Tandem
Condom
Ripper.
Ripper on the internet.
Let me see if I can do it.
That the seriousness of that to me, and the only survivor of him is what's caused it all. And I know I've been put in the program before that, but that was the ultimate.
Here he is. A year ago, somebody else put it up. Angie Hardy, the Ripper. What? Song's had 1 million views a year ago. The documentary. You twats. You have no idea what it's about. You're making money out of misery.
Come down here till about 4 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I think. Around about May.
Disorder, added, saying he was independently wealthy and looking at pictures of women in bars. 5 days later, fine.
And it was multi-agency, but I knew everything about him. Sent.
Had a solicitor present, and I don't blame the solicitor at all.
They're all kids who moved the possibility to get most people would have been
While on the run.
we can see that blue wall and the bed in the back.
Said he could come round and get this film processed, which he wanted.
Posing pornographically.
So now, Mr. Hardy, we've got a deal, a baseball cap. But they don't want to look at the face afterwards. The face means I have won. All I want to see is the defeated corpse. And if the face is still looking back at me, that identity still exists. If I'm now showing him photographs of girls that we have now found dead and cut up, I want him to know that I know that these girls were actually in his premises beforehand. And I'm suggesting to him that this is overwhelming evidence against him. And that might just be what we need for him to talk to me and tell me the truth. His reaction to the photographs was bland. No reaction at all. Yesterday and the day before, you'll recall that I made it. And I'm going to end with that impassioned plea again this time.
Activities over the past 20 years. They're also examining the DNA of another unidentified woman that was found in his flat. Hardy is still refusing to answer any police questions.
I'd be surprised if he gave a complete, full, and frank account of his motivations. But I don't mean it's not there. It means that he won't be wanting to tell us.
I think I feel very angry. That this man, obviously a very highly dangerous man, allowed to be considered to be okay, that is allowed out of the mental hospital.
I don't know how these people feel, what makes them derived from it, so I can't actually understand. Possible, but certainly likely. We didn't know the whole picture. There wasn't a full sharing of what was going on.
Next, the Austrian man who, after killing once, became a literary sensation as he served his time. But after his release, he went back on a murder spree. Jack Unterweger, the poet of death, straight after the break.
What? Apparently he's well and being released in 2020. What? You're releasing Hardy in 2020. He's not cured. He'll never be cured. He only spent 22 years in prison for those murders. Let me see if I can Google this. I mean, real killer Andy Hardy, so-called Count Ripper, has been told life means life. Prison does not breach human rights, and he's unlikely to ever be released. Yeah. Let's have a look. When was this article? Go back. It's not an updated article. Fuck off. Stop bloody hacking me. Just piss off, you twats. Get off my bloody computer. Demons. All bloody demons. Fucking assholes. Why they keep showing his bloody outfit he's had on? For fuck's sake. Fucking show this twat. You think you can fucking bloody piss about with me? This is a fucking serial killer that fucking attacked me. And you twats trying to set me up, you wankers. Excuse my bluntness. Fucking arseholes. If he ever gets out, it bloody well I've had me to deal with, I tell you. Fucking arsehole. None of you media bloody arsehole demons will get the facts right what really went on. And all you keep bragging on and putting articles about him out there. Fucking arsehole. That's what I had on when he attacked me, the twat. This bloody t-shirt. The bracelet on his will be. He had that black jacket on and everything. I wish I'd have went to the fucking police in the first place. Channel 5. What, they retrashing the same BS stories. They never did get the bloody truth out there. Lied about me. So piss off. Stop fucking hacking me. Fucking twats. Piss off. Fuck off. See? Fucking twats. See my language. Boys, don't stop this. You see all this past history? This is after divorce. He was polar. He spent time in mental hospitals. He received treatment, right, in London for depression and drug and alcohol abuse. He lived in various hostels and turned to crime. Police charged him with theft and drunk and disorderly. He's had a history of violence to women, and this is what we tried to sue about over the years, past years. They always... He had diabetes, the marks on his legs, you wouldn't even believe. Look how they bloody do this, right? The Metro Police lied. They didn't get everything right. He did what he did to me before he killed the 3 women, right, in London. They don't fucking get the stories right. It's always been demonic. And in his room, you wouldn't believe half the things they found. We tried to sue, right? Oh, look, in 2012, the General Medical Council erased his name from the medical register that he can no longer practice. So I could have sued. UK government's pathologist eventually suspended him for this and other dangerous areas. So why the hell was I told before 2012 I couldn't sue for negligence or certain things what went on? Well, I could reopen that then. Unbelievable, police did not charge Hardy with Sally's murder. What? What? They lied to me about that. They said they were going to. Oh, look, Section 37, the Mental Health Hospital. The Mental Health Act Statute Law in 1983. It shows history of this article. It was dumbed the heading of Canada River because of the location. It was a house of horrors, definitely. It's very demonic. 4 hours used by the police to help with the case. Yeah, see, I helped him in 2003. Beginning of that year, I went to the Old Bailey. I gave them information to help them. They didn't act upon it. Right, I met the family of the Ballard, Elizabeth Ballard. I met the mother. She was a lovely lady. He used an electric saw. Just sick, innit? Oh, look. Criminologist David Wilson released a documentary in 2013. If I had, I would have done something about that. As part of his Killers Behind Bars and Told Stories series. Really? No, it wasn't how they catched him. Stupid idiots. Your murder squad come up to me. Before the 30th, you idiots. You know full well what happened. You only bloody arrested him what I came forward with. You came up to me. Bloody hell. You came up to me. You came up to me on the 2nd of January and then the 3rd of January to get information from me. Fishing exercise, weren't you? 2003. And then you let me dangling, said I'll be used as a witness for the murder case. Wow. There's other stuff they found in the flat. And the independent quarry was a whitewash, by the way, that I was participated in. Life imprisonment, yeah. The trial in November 2003 was a nightmare, I tell you. What? You only got personality disorder, really? No, it was more than that. He had a history of that stuff, did he? I reckon he was targeted ever since a kid, things he's went through. Oh, he passed away. Oh, well, there's my justice. No disrespect to the dead. He actually died. Well, that's a conclusion. Oh, that's a relief. Anthony Hardy died of sepsis on December the 26th, 2020. He was 69 years of age when he died. At the time, he was in HM Prison Franklin in Durham. A jail insider told The Sun he was in poor health. 2020. Nobody ever told me he passed away. Well, that's the end of it, isn't it? That's a closure. Apart from all the talking and gaslighting going on, at least now he's bloody. He's gonna have to answer. His soul is lost. I knew it all along. So Channel 5 did a documentary then. So it just aired. It just recently aired on the March 30th, 2022. Looks of the really update episodes for true crime stories. Wow. So Channel 5, 10 o'clock, Wednesday, 23rd of March. Missed that one, didn't I? I don't watch TV. I'll stop sharing. One to whenever I watch the time as well. So what is that? They cover mainstream stuff in their news item. Media news story thing. And go back to March is a long time. Yeah, working your search. Let's look on the website then. Oh, they're down in Bath. Is owned by Digital Box Publishing Limited. Whereabouts? I wonder if my actual brother owns the company. Oh, mainstream media. I don't watch anything to do with mainstream media. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, I wonder. It's near where my brother lives. Let's see if I can find the actual managing director's information. Chipper Norton. Oh, I wouldn't be too surprised. Let me go back and find the actual C then. So now I know. Digital Box Publishing. Let me do a search. Jubilee. That's not the same one. It says Digital Box Publishing Limited. It's got the same name. Digital Box Limited, it says. Anyway, these are all corporations. Okay, we'll find that either. Digital Box Publishing. Well, that Facebook stuff is out of date then. Well, that's a closure. Can move on. Yeah, they moved up to Peterborough. Don't think there's loads of companies that name. Let me just see. Digital. They've got an office. Right, let's go back. Right, let's go back.
On December 17, 2000, a man walking along the River Thames in West London noticed something unusual floating in the water. As he drew near, he realized that the object was the upper body of a woman. The rest of her body had been severed at the waist. Police were immediately called to the scene near Church Road in Battersea, and the woman's remains were drawn from the river. Medical examiners later speculated that she had been in the water for a couple of weeks and had likely been cut by a sharp instrument, such as a sword. The woman had two distinct characteristics, a tattoo and a twisted lateral incisor tooth that the police hoped would help identify her. It didn't take long for the relatives of the victim to come forth after seeing pictures of the tattoo in the local newspapers. The young woman was identified as Zoe Louise Parker, 24, who worked as a prostitute in the Feltham and Hounslow area. Her mother described her as a loving, caring daughter who suffered from learning disabilities. The family was devastated by the loss and appealed for any information concerning their daughter or her murder. Police hoped to find the killer before he struck again. However, they had no strong leads in the case and no suspects. Less than 2 months later, another horrific crime shocked the community. In late February of that year, 3 10-year-old boys fishing in the Regent's Canal at Camden retrieved a bag from the murky water. Upon opening it, the boys were mortified to find human body parts. Police were contacted, and a search of the area immediately commenced. During a sweep of the canal, investigators found approximately 6 bags, which contained various body parts wrapped in bin liners. Bricks had been used to weigh down the bags. Not all of the woman's body was accounted for. The authorities suggested that the rest of her body was either still in the canal wrapped in bags or being kept by the killer as a trophy. The woman was later identified as Paula Fields, 31, of Liverpool, who had lived in the Highbury Grove area for a couple of years before her death. She was a mother of two who worked as a prostitute to support her $150 a day crack cocaine habit. Paula was last seen getting into a red car on December 13th. The authorities speculated that a hacksaw was likely used to dismember her body.
Wow.
Initially, Paula's
She left two
ex-boyfriend, who had a
children.
violent criminal history, was suspected of the gruesome murder. However, there was no evidence indicating that he was involved in the crime. Police eventually let the man go and began the search anew for a suspect. In December 2002, a series of equally horrific crimes occurred in the Camden area. Even though the police initially denied any link between the new victims and Zoe and Paula's murders, it was later speculated that the same person might have been involved. The similarities between the cases were just too much to ignore. In January 2003, the police had a new suspect in custody, Anthony Hardy, 51, an unemployed mechanical engineer. His gruesome activities later earned him the nickname the Camden Ripper. Anthony John Hardy was born in 1951 in Burton-on-Trent, Staffordshire, and was the son of a coal miner. From an early age, Hardy yearned to escape the lower middle-class lifestyle in which he was raised. He worked hard in school and excelled academically. Ultimately, he was accepted at London's Imperial College to study engineering. During the mid-1970s, Hardy met and married Judith Dwight, with whom he attended university. The couple moved to Tasmania, Australia, where they raised their 2 boys and 2 girls. However, from as early as 1982, Hardy displayed symptoms of mental illness. During that year, Hardy tried to kill Judith by bludgeoning her over the head with a water bottle before trying to drown her in the bath. No charges were filed against Hardy, and he checked himself into a psychiatric clinic in Queensland following the incident. He remained there for several weeks before returning back to Britain. The couple filed for divorce in 1986. Judith maintained custody of the children and, like Hardy, moved back to Britain to begin a new life. Shortly after returning to his home country, Hardy began stalking Judith, which led to her filing a restraining order against him. Davenport and Dougherty claimed that he broke the restriction order, and as a result, he was temporarily imprisoned. Following his release, Hardy sought psychiatric help at outpatient clinics. He was diagnosed with peripheral neuropathy, a disorder that is known to cause depression. He was also diagnosed with manic depression and prescribed medication to reduce symptoms. In the early and mid-1990s, Hardy was homeless and spent much of his time living in various hostels throughout the city. During that time, Hardy began abusing drugs and alcohol, which further exacerbated his psychological problems. He got into trouble with the law on several more occasions for aggressive behavior and theft, for which he served a short stint in jail. Davenport and Dougherty reported that in 1998, Hardy was arrested for indecent assault after a prostitute claimed he had raped her, but the charges were later dropped and he was released. He was also investigated for 3 other, yet there was insufficient evidence to bring a case against him. However, he was ordered to seek psychiatric counseling, which he took advantage of at a local hospital. He was eventually discharged and referred to outpatient care. In 2000, Hardy moved into a 1-bedroom public housing flat on Royal College Street in Camden. This new residence was located a short distance from King's Cross, an area where prostitutes frequented. It was a location that Hardy deliberately chose for that very reason. The neighborhood would become his hunting grounds. In January 2002, Hardy caught the attention of police once again when he was caught pouring battery acid into a neighbor's mailbox. At around the same time, a concerned neighbor told police that they believed something was amiss at Hardy's flat. The tip led to a gruesome discovery. When police arrived at Hardy's residence, they found the bedroom door locked. When they broke it open, they found the corpse of a young woman lying naked on his bed. There was evidence the woman suffered from cut marks to her head, bite marks, and bruising, indicating that she might have been murdered. However, pathologists claim that she died of a heart attack and not foul play. The woman was later identified as Sally Rose White, 38, a prostitute from the King's Cross area who is known to have an addiction to crack cocaine. Sally suffered from brain damage and behavioral problems caused by birth-related spinal cord injury. It was believed that her condition, which worsened with age and lack of treatment, coupled with her addiction to drugs, resulted in her heart attack. However, her death from natural causes would later be questioned when the remains of other women were discovered in Hardy's flat. On December 30th, 2002, a homeless man foraging in garbage bins for food came across a horrible discovery. Within one of the bags, he found human remains, including severed sections of 2 legs. The homeless man took the remains with him to a nearby hospital where the police were contacted. Upon their arrival at the crime scene, investigators immediately cordoned off the area around the bins, which was located behind a pub on Royal College Street. Officers searched the garbage container and found approximately 8 more bags containing various body parts. The torso of a young woman was also found in a wheelie bin about 100 yards from the original discovery. The body parts were taken to St. Pancras Mortuary to be examined by pathologists. The cause of death was difficult to establish because the heads and hands of the victims were still missing. Yet, pathologists were able to determine that the remains were that of 2 different women who were likely murdered sometime in the Christmas holidays. DNA tests were conducted in the hopes that it would help investigators uncover the identity of the women. A trail of blood led the police to Hardy's flat, located a short distance from where the bodies were discovered. They promptly obtained a warrant and searched his ground floor apartment, where they found a great deal of incriminating evidence. At the time of the search, Hardy was nowhere to be found. Investigators discovered in Hardy's flat a hacksaw with human skin still attached to the blade. Moreover, an electric jigsaw power tool was found. Pornographic magazines were scattered about. A woman's black stiletto shoe rested on the windowsill. Blood was found in the bathroom, and a devil's mask lay alongside a note on a table reading, "Sally White, R.I.P." However, one of the most incriminating pieces of evidence found in his apartment was a woman's torso wrapped in bin liners. Following the gruesome discovery, a massive search was launched to find Hardy, who had gone missing for several days. It was suspected that he had fled town. However, a CCTV video surveillance camera caught him on tape on January 1st, trying to fill a prescription for his diabetic medication at a London hospital. Hardy shaved off his beard in an attempt to alter his appearance. During an interview with hospital staff, officers learned that Hardy spent 4 hours awaiting his medication. It was speculated that he had been drinking because he smelled of alcohol. Hardy became panicky and left the hospital without receiving any medication after the staff tried to convince him to go to a hostel. A member of the public had seen Hardy with a young woman named Kellyanne Nichol, 24, shortly after the Christmas holidays. Family members and police were concerned for her safety, fearing that she might be Hardy's next victim. However, their fears were alleviated when she contacted her parents to let them know she was okay. Even though she had had contact with Hardy, who repeatedly tried to persuade her back to his apartment, she did not allow herself to be influenced by him. It was a move that surely saved her life. On January 2nd, a local citizen contacted police after spotting Hardy at Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children in central London. Police converged on the scene a short while later and found Hardy in the area where he was last witnessed. He was promptly arrested and held at the local police station. It was there that he would reveal the full extent of his crimes. Not long after Hardy was apprehended, investigators were able to obtain the identification of 2 of the victims whose remains were discovered at his home and in the trash bin. They were identified as Elizabeth Selina Valade, 29, of London, and Brigitte McClellan, 34, of Camden. The 2 women were found to have a lot in common. Elizabeth was a rebellious woman who lived a wayward life from as early as her teens. Born in Nottingham, England in 1972, Elizabeth was the only child of Iranian professor Hassan Valade and his British wife, Jackie. The couple lived a short while in America, yet the marriage broke up when Jackie decided to return with Elizabeth back to Nottingham. At the time, Elizabeth was about 1 year old. Her daughter was a very difficult child who mixed with the wrong people as a teenager. She further stated that Elizabeth dropped out of school and moved to London by herself at age 16. From that point, there was little contact between the 2. At age 18, Elizabeth began a relationship with a man with whom she lived in London. Shortly into the relationship, Elizabeth became pregnant and later gave birth to her little girl. The 3 lived with one another for a brief period before Elizabeth left her newly formed family in search of a different lifestyle. Elizabeth worked in a massage parlor where she became involved with a married millionaire who set her up in an expensive apartment and provided her with luxurious gifts. After some time, she moved out and started to date other people. She began to take crack cocaine and went back to prostitution to fund her lifestyle. Her addiction eventually led to her death. Hardy was thought to have played upon his victims' vulnerabilities by luring them to his flat with the promise of money or drugs. It was Elizabeth's torso that was found at Hardy's residence, and her legs that were discovered by a homeless person in the bin. It was difficult for investigators to identify her initially.
With the University of London, you can now earn your BSc online from wherever you are. Choose from BSc programs in management, economics, data science, and more. Designed by the London School of Economics and Political Science. Explore our programs now.
Because her hands and head were never found. However, they were able to obtain a positive ID on her by processing the serial numbers found on her breast implants. Bridget McClelland's identity was revealed on January 6 during a brief hearing at Hendon Court where Hardy was charged with the murders. Bridget, whose torso and other body parts were found in garbage bins, was identified through her DNA. Like Elizabeth, her head and hands were never found. A native New Zealander and mother of 2 boys, she worked as a prostitute in Camden. The money she earned from selling her body was mostly used to finance her crack cocaine addiction. Hardy was believed to have been one of her customers, which is how she ended up in his flat. Bridget was murdered on or before December 30th, 2002, at around the same time Elizabeth was killed. The murders of Elizabeth and Bridget led to a reinvestigation into Sally White's death of alleged natural causes. It was believed that Hardy might have actually murdered her and simply got away with it. The pathologist incorrectly diagnosed her cause of death as a heart attack. It just had to prove their theory. However, after a brief inquest, it was determined that Sally had indeed died of natural causes related to chronic heart disease. The findings would later be disproved following surprising new evidence brought forth by Hardy. Hardy's murder trial began at the Old Bailey Courthouse in November 2003. During the onset of the trial, he made a startling confession. He not only pled guilty to the murders of Elizabeth and Bridget, but also that of Sally White, who was thought to have died of natural causes. It previously denied murdering women. The confession discounted the conclusions of previous pathological reports into Sally's death and threw into question the credibility of the medical examiners that worked on her case. During the trial, it was revealed how each woman succumbed to their gruesome demise. Hardy was said to have lured all of the women to his apartment with the offer of money. He then engaged in extreme sex with the women before strangling them. Hardy was a pornography-obsessed necrophiliac who achieved sexual gratification by posing the nude bodies of his victims after death and taking explicit photos of their naked corpses. In fact, his primary motivation for committing the murders was so that he could photograph them. It was also suggested that at the time police found Sally White, Hardy was likely in the process of preparing her body for photographs. She too would have likely ended up in the trash bin had the police not interrupted his gruesome activities. Hardy had taken about 44 pornographic pictures of Elizabeth and Bridget, which he allegedly sent to a friend. The pictures were later turned in to the police. They claimed that one of the macabre photographs depicted Elizabeth lying posed on the bed, with her facial features obscured by a devil mask and a baseball hat, both of which were later found at Hardy's flat during the search. After Hardy had finished with his victims, he used a hacksaw to dismember their bodies in his bathtub. Evidence of his victims' blood was found in his bathroom. When the police interviewed neighbors after the discovery of the bodies, they claimed to have heard drilling sounds at all hours of the day. The judge overhearing the case, Keith, said to Hardy at the conclusion of the trial, "Only you know for sure how your victims met their deaths, but the unspeakable indignities to which you subjected the bodies of your last 2 victims in order to satisfy your depraved and perverted needs are in no doubt." On November 25th, 2003, Hardy was given 3 life sentences for the murders, and the judge would later decide whether he could ever be released on parole. In January 2002, following the discovery of Sally White's body and Hardy's arrest for having poured acid into a neighbor's mailbox, he was detained in the mental ward at St. Luke's.
That's what we tried to say. techniques. Right, this is a man. He's now dead, apparently. So all these years on, I feel a sense of relief that the same outfit he had on there is the same outfit when I saw him. So I do believe he could have been targeted as a kid himself to turn him into a serial killer. And apparently he died in 2020, so what the hell public servants still pursuing me for? When I was used by the Met Police in London. So those girls who died, who had a troubled life, I was never like that. And the national press tried to use me, tried to single me out as them. It's a very brief documentary, but it doesn't cover all the facts. So that's on the serial killers documentary there. Wow. Yeah. So this is past, and hopefully I shall go on recovery from the memories. Because you gotta move on at some point. I just gotta move on. I just gotta move on. So now he's dead. There you go. I do believe he was possessed by demons. I definitely do, because I know his eyes were green when he attacked me. And I'm so pleased that actually, in a sense, it's not very pleasant to find it out this way. Find out he died in prison. I never had my day in court. Even though it was very traumatising to do those police interviews and have those reports done. But I never was like those dead victims, and I met the lovely lady, the mother of one of the victims, and she was lovely. We tried to sue the Luke Hospital NHS Trust and someone else, and they said they just look. And now I know what I know of subjects, of other things I know I was lied to long time ago. So I know now why they're desperately trying to put the mental health card on me. You know, if they're so desperate to label me, you know, oh, the serious violence, you know, you've sustained and all this stuff. Yeah, fine. So why the hell didn't you charge him at the time when the opportunity was there? Because I was told that if they charged him for what he did to me, then that might muddled the water for the murder charges. But yet he never admitted to any murders until the actual day of the hearing in the Old Bailey that I was in there. I was actually in London in the Old Bailey in the gallery. They weren't going to charge him for what he did to me. I wanted to see his face. I wanted him to see me there. And he saw me there. And I do wonder if that got him to change his plea to guilty. But who knows? But I do know afterwards that the police and the actual police liaison officer was shocked for me to turn up And when it got wind that there was a survivor of him, the only one, in the actual Old Bailey, the word got out to all the media there. And it's the first time in my life I've ever experienced a media pack. I was no celebrity. I was actually in the Crown prosecution section where the lawyers and barristers go. And they were hovering outside that bloody building, the top of the one of the top sections of the Old Bailey. And I was escorted out the back door with a thing over my head, so the press couldn't follow me. But what I didn't know was they had bikers. So the press had a couple of bikers taking my picture as I come out the back door. And one of them said, well, we're going to run a story anyway. I thought, well, if you're going to run a story and you're going to bloody do it properly then, what's the deal? So, as long as you don't talk to anyone else, he said. So I went to the pub opposite, where apparently all the media hacks go. And that's when I started seeing all the dodgy stuff go on with the police, all the brown envelopes or cash exchanging. So anything that went on in the Old Bailey and they want a good story, the police will get a backhander with the media, their representatives. Anyway, I got put up in a lovely hotel in London, and as I was there, well, one of the other media companies, I don't know what they were doing there, desperate to make headlines. I was with the union membership at the time because I was training as a journalist myself. So my journalist union I was a member of, their lawyer tried to help me, tried to see what deal I could do, and they tried to negotiate. Wasn't much of a deal, but at least I had a good stay in a hotel, and it wasn't much of. I just really had the worst thing was with the local press. They just twisted everything about me, and that's what started off with the negativity. But I just rose above it. So I think that's why I got into TV and radio a lot more at the time. You know, just really just got invited into TVs and TV shows and stuff because of what happened. But I really wasn't coping with what happened. You know, eventually. But my Mormon family just stirred things up a lot. They just really didn't like the fact that I was on telly and I was public, and I thought, well, no, there's only survivors out there like me. They need to know we're trying to keep going. I didn't even know about the targeting subject in those days. So now I know why they're pushing everything right now. So at least I'm a bit relieved that he's actually passed away. And let's hope there isn't going to be. I mean, why do they create shooters? Why do they create people into beat killers in the first place? You know, and if you go and I've got no sympathy what he's done because he's committed so much horrific things. But when these people do documentaries like that, it shows the past history of his life. So he's had a troubled life himself then. And so, of course, you see where they did documentaries about those girls that did die and their troubled lives. So when you look into the history of the drug industry and things like that, and then you also look in the history of other subjects linked into it all, and the mind, you know, what was he experimented on? You know, what was he subjected without knowing it? Were all these people around the world or in different parts of the world, you know, subjected to this MK Ultra trauma base? And were they with the frequencies? They're beaming me frequencies now in my eardrums. There is a garden angels out there, I tell you. This is demonic, and this is really now the times. If he died, right, Makes you wonder if he was cloned. I can't clear the subject today on that subject, but I do wonder if he was cloned. Wow. He did have bad diabetes when I saw him. He really did. His legs was really shot to pot. Yeah, he was injecting himself, with the medication. And he started being friendly to me straight away, and he didn't see no danger to me. He was a very placid man. But then it really, now what I know about technology, now I know about this program, I do definitely believe he was controlled. You see, I was a slender woman. I was fit and able-bodied. I was a natural healer, and I was dating a Mason, Freemason. Eventually married him. And my ex-business partner set up this place to set up a business for healing, for Reiki. All legit. It didn't take off because what happened to me? Couldn't take off the business. So I had to give up the rental place and couldn't work after that. So it's not very great because it is very difficult trying to function, but you see, when the brain switches, you cope with other things. I never took drink. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I each to their own, but it's just the way I've been raised. And I think this is what they didn't expect. I thought they would use me as an experiment, perhaps, to see how I'd cope throughout my life all these years from that event. And then have all the other stuff thrown at me and see how I'll cope. But that's not the first serious incident. I mean, that's a major incident all those years ago. There's other stuff that's happened. But the most memorable one is that one. I'm so relieved that he's passed away. I'm so relieved. Not happy, I'm just so relieved. Hello. You see they're hacking my phone, it's joining Discord. Let's meet this now. Stop sharing. And now I'm going to meet this.
strangle sex. There's a lot of kind of strangle wanky, strangle sex in this, as we're going to get into it.
Obviously, his thing is
Yeah,
fetish.
Yeah. I don't know.
So it gets him harding.
Yeah, it does. It's what gets Anthony Harding. So something happened to him in Tasmania. I don't know if it happened to him down there or was potentially brewing inside.
Did they relocate there for work?
Yeah, he just went down there and just fucking started living life. It wasn't like he was on the run from the feds at this point for being like a sadistic rapist. He was just like starting a family or whatever.
And necrophilia.
So something happened down there. I don't know what it was, but whether it was a case of him just being a general mentalist and it just happened to happen there, or whether it was, I don't know. But this is on the 5th of April 1982, seemingly for no reason. Couldn't find a reason. I mean, like, it's not like his missus was having a go at him and he's like, fuck this bitch, whatever. But in the middle of the night, he got a frozen water bottle out of the freezer and then battered his wife unconscious before trying to drown her in the bath. So,
What, his wife?
Yeah, his wife.
Was that like no argument or anything?
That's what I mean. What was she like
Was it
nagging you
pretty
about, like the washing or something? You thought, fuck this bitch, she's got to go. Water bottle, clunk, drown her. But again, water bottle, frozen water bottle. That's like, you know when they say like you could freeze a knife and like fucking stab someone with it, and then
that's planned. Isn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah, man, yeah.
Or you could get a freaking
Melts away.
You could get a newspaper and roll it up, bend it in half, and you got a hammer. Like,
What the fuck? I'm not going to.
that's what you can't go in. You can't take newspapers into football grounds for that very reason. Because you can turn them into hammers.
Mate, your fists can like kill
Nah.
people.
You do that to enough pieces of paper. It's way harder than a fist.
Someone attacks me with
like-
a
it's like
newspaper
wood.
rolled up, I'll kill him. I'll kill him with a bare hand. It's Rob. I'm dying in the corner. So I don't know why. I'm not sure, but for some reason he stopped like mid drown. I mean, it could be like his children heard the commotion and came running in. It could have been like his missus came round and was like, "What the fuck?"
What are you doing?
It could have been that he came to his senses and was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" But anyway, he tried to play the mentally ill card. And I don't know if he was actually trying to play the mentally ill card or if he was actually like had a legitimate. Well, as you're going to see, he had a legit mentally ill card in his wallet. He was like, "Oh yeah, look at this one. This is the fucking ace of the pack."
Jail-free card.
Yeah. But his missus said it was a domestic and she didn't want to press charges. Domestic? Fucking hit him with a water bottle and tried to drown him. Anyway, so he checked himself into
Attempted murder as far as I
fucking too, right?
I mean, yeah, that's an extreme domestic.
It's not like you had a
domestic is like just having raised voices. You know.
So he checked himself into a psychiatric hospital in Queensland and he stayed there for several weeks and he must have been deemed no risk, like safe to the public or whatever, because he checked himself out and flew back to the UK, not with his family, but they kind of shortly, I think his kids and his missus, they came over in May '82, and then Judith filed for a divorce immediately. Now initially, this is crazy to me, Judith didn't give up on their relationship. I think it was because of their children. She was like trying, which I believe is absolutely fucking insane, because it's not like he cheated on you. He hit you with a frozen water bottle and tried to drown you in the bath. Why are you trying to like patch the relationship up?
Yeah, that's not okay. Like, I feel like, you know, certain
Next time that happens, you're going to be dead.
Yeah, certain things you can forgive, but trying to kill me now.
What the fuck, man? Just clunk on your head.
And if you
It
give him a
whilst you're
chance,
asleep as well. Like, you're not even fucking got any chance of fucking stopping it.
if they did do it, if they did let him off, right, so to speak, and said, yeah, we'll carry on the relationship, and if it happens again, you will die, because he won't stop that time.
Yeah, he's mad.
He'll know.
Next time you will die.
He's going to kill you.
Yeah.
So she tried to patch the relationship up, I'm guessing for the kids, but it was pretty much pointless because he was going insane at this point. He was first diagnosed with manic depression and also diabetes, but they ended up getting a divorce 4 years later. Like, there wasn't anything, I don't think, that she could have done to patch this relationship up. And immediately, Judith, after the divorce, tried to get a restraining order put out on him, but he wasn't having it, and he actually got sent down for 2 months. Like, for breaking this restraining order, so after being in prison, right, he's tried to kill her. Clearly, that's attempted murder, and it is. He tried to kill her, and then got a restraining order put on him. Got sent to prison for 2 months, and then when he got out, he immediately broke the restraining order. So, like, you're fucking double dangerous now in my book. And he started to write threatening letters. He was giving disturbing phone calls.
He was hanging around outside a house, slashing the car tires, and
All the normal
all the normal behaviour. And on the 6th of September 1987, he got sent down for another 12 months for that. Right, so he's already done fucking two months for breaking the restraining order. Now he's done. He's got another year for like basically just being a mentalist around her. So he's proper losing it, in my opinion. Now he's like sitting in his cell, stewing on his thoughts, just going fucking, just going increasingly insane. He got released at the end of 1988, and a few months later, which is I think it was on the 2nd of January 1989, he got in a high-speed car chase with the feds, and he got sent down again, and then they released him. After his release, he got sent down again in 1991 for. So stop releasing him.
That's what that. It's like that guy I talked about, the Dusseldorf guy.
Yeah.
He's just like he spent like probably 2/3 of his life in prison.
I think they should do like what they do in
You know, just
baseball.
keep putting him back in prison. I'm like, just keep him there. Clearly, he's not going to learn the error of his ways.
3 strikes and you're out.
Yeah, that's it. After 3 releases, and you're back here again. That's it. You can't leave.
No, I'm more than. I mean, you're out. You're getting put to the chair.
You're getting put down.
Bucket.
Yeah. So he spent the majority of the 1990s homeless, drifting around hostels and in bedsits, out of his tiny mind on booze and drugs. He was getting evicted on the reg for abusive behaviour, like verbal, physical abuse. He was using prostitutes. He was fighting people. This is like complete mad. And like when you look at what's happened, like what tried to kill wife, restraining order, prison, come out, fucking prison again, and then fucking constant chases. It's like what's a Grand Theft Auto or something? It's mental. And he seems to have come to the attention of the mental health services in the UK for the first time in Camden in May 1995 after an incident at the Ferndale Hotel in King's Cross where he was staying at the time. So he wasn't really known in the mental health services. He was just like the feds fucking knew he was and kept slamming him in prison because he was doing mental shit.
It's not him again. Oh, fucking hell.
Exactly. So when the mental health authorities came to their attention, this happened on the 30th of April 1995. But apparently he went berserk in the reception area. Don't know why. And the police were called, and Hardy was found ranting and raving and clearly psychotic and unhinged and acting like, they said, a wild animal. So he's fucking
He's really lost it. Yeah,
it's like a rock star, basically, but you're allowed to get away with it if you're a rock star because you just pay the bill. But when you haven't got any money, you're psychotic, apparently. So he was detained under the Mental Health Act for being a danger to himself and the public. He was like, look at me, I'm a biscuit. It was just like a McVitie's walking around. He was out of his mind, like proper out of it. And he was sent to the Huntley Centre, which I'm sort of yeah, I know. Not named after the big man himself. The Ian Huntley Centre for child rape victims.
Yeah.
That was dark. But that was from the 3rd of October 1995. He was there for 3 months until his release in 2nd January 1996, right? So, like, you can see from this, I was like, fucking, this is like a litany of going in, coming out, in and out, in and out, in and out. People slip through the fucking net. It's insane. But they do.
Yeah. But also, a lot of the time when you talk about different, people, scary rapists, murderers, serial killers, a lot of the time, like, they have previously been in jail for some kind of...
Very rarely the first offence.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, fucking hell. And sometimes they're released when they, for really terrible, like, things. They serve 3 years for, like, a savage rape of a woman. And you're like, 3 years? Like, they should just never been allowed to go, leave. They should have just been put in prison forever.
Yeah.
Because then they left and they killed a bunch of people.
I'm guessing, though, like, they put them in... It's not guessing, everyone knows that they are dealing with them and punishing them within the confines of the law. You can't go, well, he's clearly mental, let's just lock him up forever. But you can't when he just trashed a hotel lobby. You can't, like, fucking lock him up forever. Yeah, he did bludgeon his wife with a frozen water bottle and tried to drown her in the bath.
Yeah,
but she didn't press charges, though, bro. But look, fucking hell.
It doesn't matter if you're attempting to murder someone. That's attempted murder, whether the
you broke
person...
contract with society.
Whether the person presses charges or not.
I bet you the police were well pissed off at that.
Yeah.
I bet they were like, look, we know what he tried to do to you. Go for it.
Yeah.
He's not domestic. This is... She goes, no, it's domestic. I bet you...
That, again, like, And you hear this in so many like cases of serial killers where there's like this close brush with the law. And you're like, oh, they could have been done at that point. If only this had happened, or only that had happened. But then then I think, how many cases are there of the person that like ran somebody over or like got in a fight and then got locked up for, and then actually were put away for like a prolonged period of time, like 10, 15 years, and didn't come out, who would have, if they were released, actually been a crazy murderer. So you only hear about, there must be so many fucking mentalists out there. There must be, the world's rife with mad.
Yeah, it is.
But what's normal anyway? I think everyone's crazy, aren't they?
Just drive 5 miles, you'll see a mentalist somewhere.
I think we're looking
with a crazy
There's
walk.
probably three mentalists. What's normal? There's three mentalists sitting here.
Yeah.
Look what we're doing. We're talking about fucking madness on the internet. You're dying of coronavirus. Hannah's staring at me blankly.
As usual.
So anyway,
She's comfortably numb.
Yeah.
Pink Floyd, man. So after his release from the Ian Huntley Healthcare Centre for Children, he lived in various forms of supported accommodation. And for the next 2 years, apparently, Anthony Hardy responded well to treatment. And that was until the 24th of April 1998, when he got arrested for being drunk and disorderly at King's Cross Station. And later the same day, so I'm guessing he got later that same day, he was also arrested for rape, right? So I don't know how you can be arrested and released in a day, but that's what it said. I'm guessing, I don't know, but that's what it said.
Well, maybe maybe he got like a warning for the drunk and disorderly, and then later on,
he was furious with it.
and then he got
raping the first thing.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Basically.
And we're kind of like putting, like, I suppose, adding a bit of common sense to this. It must have been 5:30 in the afternoon if he was drunk. He might have been 8 a.m. So he might have spent 8 hours in the cell and then got out.
Let him out when he's pissed.
And then he's
straight to Victoria Wine. Fucking necked a bottle of vodka.
Victoria Wine. Is that still going, that place?
No, man. That's
Victoria
back in the day.
Wines, yeah.
It's like it's like you go to Victoria Wine and get yourself a video from the
Blockbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, we never used to do that. We used to go down Victoria Wine, buy the cheapest whiskey we could, and 50 packets of Space Raiders. Is it Space Raiders or Space Invaders?
Space Invaders.
Raiders?
No, Space Raiders.
Space Invader Raiders.
Invaders is the game.
Yeah. That is how I spent my youth.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God,
Smashed on Bell's whiskey in the park.
Even when we first met, there was like a box of fucking Space Raiders in your fucking
absolutely.
bedroom.
That's what I'm talking about. I wasn't an amateur.
They're not 10p anymore, though. They're like 40p.
That's outrageous. That's fuck this, mate.
Tangy Toms. To mention. That's another one.
Tangy Toms.
Tangy Toms.
Yeah, man. That was like a schoolyard tuck shop treat.
There was a little like corner shop in Digbeth Custom Factory where you could go and still buy Tangy Toms.
Yeah, they were like artisan Tangy Toms, like £4.50 a bag.
This was like a proper corner shop that sold all the old school
like a
stuff.
rubber corner shop, mate.
Yeah. And they shut it down. I was like, gutted, man. I don't know where I'm going to buy my Tangy Toms from now.
The internet. I bet Bezos will come to the rescue. He'll fucking have them dropped off by
they need
mad helicopter in the sky.
Puffs.
Barton Puffs,
yeah, fucking hell. Where are they coming back? They were the best.
Brannigans.
What's that?
Crisps.
I thought he was an actor.
Brannigans. I'm sure it was Brannigans.
Quick, what flavour?
They had,
were they like in a white packet?
Yeah, like a picture of like a butcher on it, sort of thing, and he's out, I don't know, fucking slaughtering some meat or something on the front of it. It was one of those. And I think they're still going, actually. Like roasted ham and mustard flavour.
Oh, yeah.
Spicy. It was really nice.
Yeah, I remember them.
Brannigans.
Yeah.
And it was like a butcher out the front of his building doing something. Probably was hacking a pig up.
Yeah. Vaguely remember that.
Hacking a pig with more intelligence
Tuck shop stuff.
I'm going to find the front cover of it.
The stuff you get from a tuck shop.
Tuck shop treats. That'd be a great podcast. Get on that.
Those little like cartons of juice that you like stab with a little red straw.
Yeah. What were they called? You know what everyone's doing now? They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about what we want to talk about.
If you're not from like the 90s, like growing up in the 90s and you're not English, you have no idea what we're talking about.
I'm going to do a fucking Splinter podcast called Tuck Shop Treats. That's fucking going to be one.
That would be a good one, actually.
You found it, Brannigans? I don't know. A picture, yeah, I'm a visual person.
Yeah, me. Cookies.
I don't want any cookies. What the internet? You know what?
What the fuck? Supporters, no. Just show me a fucking picture. I'm not giving you a quid to look at a picture.
From the Ultimate Killer Collection by Stuart Dandel. Available on Amazon. Anthony John Hardy, The Camden Ripper. On December the 17th, 2000, in the first year of the new millennium, a pedestrian ambling along the bank of the River Thames in West London thought they noticed something unusual floating in the water. Curious, they got nearer for a better look. Drawing nearer still, they soon realized to their horror that the object was a woman's remains. What made it even more shocking for the unlucky member of the public was that it was only a torso. The rest of her body had been severed at the waist. Police were immediately called to the scene in Battersea, and they soon recovered what was left of the victim from the murky waters of the Thames. Forensic examiners later speculated that the victim had been in the water for around a couple of weeks, and that they had likely been cut by a sharp instrument, such as a sword. Even though there wasn't a lot to work with, police had confidence that they would be able to identify the victim in time. The woman had two very distinct characteristics, a tattoo, and a twisted lateral incisor.
On December 17, 2000, a man walking along the River Thames in West London noticed something unusual floating in the water. As he drew near, he realized that the object was the upper body of the rest of her body at the waist. Police were immediately called to the scene near Church Road in Battersea, and the woman's remains were drawn from the river. Medical examiners later speculated that she had been in the water for a couple of weeks and had likely been cut by a sharp instrument, such as a sword. The woman had two distinct characteristics, a tattoo and a twisted lateral incisor tooth that the police hoped would help identify her. It didn't take long for the relatives of the victim to come forth after seeing pictures of the tattoo in the local newspapers. The young woman was identified as Zoe Louise Parker, 24, who worked as a prostitute in the Feltham and Hounslow area. Her mother described her as a loving daughter who suffered from learning disabilities. The family was devastated by the loss and appealed for any information concerning their daughter or her murder. Police hoped to find the killer before he struck again. However, they had no strong leads in the case and no suspects. Less than 2 months later, another horrific crime shocked the community. In late February of that year, 3 10-year-old boys fishing in the Regent's Canal at Camden retrieved a bag from the murky water. Upon opening it, the boys were mortified to find human body parts. Police were contacted, and a search of the area immediately commenced. During a sweep of the canal, investigators found approximately 6 bags, which contained body parts wrapped in bin liners. Bricks had been used to weigh down the bags. Not all of the woman's body was accounted for. The authorities suggested that the rest of her body was either still in the canal wrapped in bags or being kept by the killer as a trophy. The woman was later identified as Paula Fields, 31, of Liverpool, who had lived in the Highbury Grove area for a couple of years before her death. She was a mother of 2 who worked as a prostitute to support her 150 a day crack cocaine habit. Paula was last seen getting into a red car on December 13. The authorities speculated that a hacksaw was likely used to dismember her body. Initially, Paula's ex-boyfriend, who had a violent criminal history, was suspected of the gruesome murder. However, there was no evidence indicating that he was involved in the crime. Police eventually let the man go and began the search anew for a suspect. In December 2002, a series of equally horrific crimes occurred in the Camden area. Even though the police initially denied any link between the new victims and Zoe and Paula's murders, it was later speculated that the same person might have been involved. The similarities between the cases were just too much to ignore. In January 2003, the police had a new suspect in custody, Anthony Hardy, 51, an unemployed mechanical engineer. His gruesome activities later earned him the nickname the Camden Ripper. Anthony John Hardy was born in 1951 in Burton-on-Trent, Staffordshire, and was the son of a coal miner. From an early age, Hardy yearned to escape the lower middle-class lifestyle in which he was raised. He worked hard in school and excelled academically. Ultimately, he was accepted at London's Imperial College to study engineering. During the mid-1970s, Hardy met and married Judith Dwight, with whom he attended university. The couple moved to Tasmania, Australia, where they raised their 2 boys and 2 girls. However, from as early as 1982, Hardy displayed symptoms of mental illness. During that year, Hardy tried to kill Judith by bludgeoning her over the head with a water bottle before trying to drown her in the bath. No charges were filed against Hardy, and he checked himself into a psychiatric clinic in Queensland following the incident. He remained there for several weeks before returning back to Britain. The couple filed for divorce in 1986. Judith maintained custody of the children and, like Hardy, moved back to Britain to begin a new life. Shortly after returning to his home country, Hardy began stalking Judith, which led to her filing a restraining order against him. Davenport and Dougherty claimed that he broke the restriction order, and as a result, he was temporarily imprisoned. Following his release, Hardy sought psychiatric help at outpatient clinics. He was diagnosed with peripheral neuropathy, a disorder that is known to cause depression. He was also diagnosed with manic depression and prescribed medication to reduce symptoms. In the early and mid-1990s, Hardy was homeless and spent much of his time living in various hostels throughout the city. During that time, he began abusing drugs and alcohol, which further exacerbated his psychological problems. He got into trouble with the law on several more occasions for aggressive behavior and theft, for which he served a short stint in jail. Davenport and Dougherty reported that in 1998, Hardy was arrested for indecent assault after a prostitute claimed he had raped her, but the charges were later dropped and he was released. He was also investigated for 3 other, yet there was insufficient evidence to bring a case against him. However, he was ordered to seek psychiatric counseling, which he took advantage of at a local hospital. He was eventually discharged and referred to outpatient care. In 2000, Hardy moved into a 1-bedroom public housing flat on Royal College Street in Camden. This new residence was located a short distance from King's Cross, an area where prostitutes frequented. It was a location that Hardy deliberately chose for that very reason. The neighborhood would become his hunting grounds. In January 2002, Hardy caught the attention of police once again when he was caught pouring battery acid into a neighbor's mailbox. At around the same time, a concerned neighbor told police that they believed something was amiss at Hardy's flat. The tip led to a gruesome discovery. When police arrived at Hardy's residence, they found the bedroom door locked. When they broke it open, the corpse of a young woman lying naked on his bed. There was evidence the woman suffered from cut marks to her head, bite marks, and bruising, indicating that she might have been murdered. However, pathologists claim that she died of a heart attack and not foul play. The woman was later identified as Sally Rose White, 38, a prostitute from the King's Cross area who was known to have an addiction to crack cocaine. Sally suffered from brain damage and behavioral problems caused by a birth-related spinal cord injury. It was believed that her condition, which worsened with age and lack of treatment, coupled with her addiction to drugs, resulted in her heart attack. However, her death from natural causes would later be questioned when the remains of other women were discovered in Hardy's flat. On December 30th, 2002, a homeless man foraging in garbage bins for food came across a horrible discovery. Within one of the bags, he found human remains, including severed sections of 2 legs. The homeless man took the remains with him to a nearby hospital where the police were contacted. Upon their arrival at the crime scene, investigators immediately cordoned off the area around the bins, which was located behind a pub on Royal College Street. Officers searched the garbage container and found approximately 8 more bags containing various body parts. The torso of a young woman was also found in a wheelie bin about 100 yards from the original discovery. The body parts were taken to St. Pancras Mortuary to be examined by pathologists. The cause of death was difficult to establish because the heads and hands of the victims were still missing. Yet, pathologists were able to determine that the remains were that of 2 different women who were likely murdered sometime over the Christmas holidays. DNA tests were conducted in the hopes that it would help investigators uncover the identity of the women. A trail of blood led the police to Hardy's flat, located a short distance from where the bodies were discovered. They promptly obtained a warrant and searched his ground floor apartment, where they found a great deal of incriminating evidence. At the time of the search, Hardy was nowhere to be found. Investigators discovered in Hardy's flat a hacksaw with human skin still attached to the blade. Moreover, an electric jigsaw power tool was found. Pornographic magazines were scattered about. A woman's black stiletto shoe rested on the windowsill. Blood was found in the bathroom, and a devil's mask lay alongside a note on a table reading, "Sally White, R.I.P." However, one of the most incriminating pieces of evidence found in his apartment was a woman's torso wrapped in bin liners. Following the gruesome discovery, a massive search was launched to find Hardy, who had gone missing for several days. It was suspected that he had fled town. However, a CCTV video surveillance camera caught him on tape on January 1st, trying to fill a prescription for his diabetic medication at a London hospital.
He travelled up
Hardy
to
shaved off his
Norway
beard in an
in
attempt to
December.
alter his appearance. During an interview with hospital staff, officers learned that Hardy spent 4 hours awaiting his medication. It was speculated that he had been drinking because he smelled of alcohol. Hardy became panicky and left the hospital without receiving any medication after the staff tried to convince him to go to a hostel. A member of the public had seen Hardy with a young woman named Kellyanne Nichol, 24, shortly after the holidays. Family members and police were concerned for her safety, fearing that she might be Hardy's next victim. However, their fears were alleviated when she contacted her parents to let them know she was okay. Even though she had had contact with Hardy, who repeatedly tried to persuade her back to his apartment, she did not allow herself to be influenced by him. It was a move that surely saved her life. On January 2nd, a local citizen contacted police after spotting Hardy at Great Ormond Street Hospital for Children in central London. Police converged on the scene a short while later and found Hardy in the area where he was last witnessed. He was promptly arrested and held at a local police station. It was there that he would reveal the full extent of his crimes. Not long after Hardy was apprehended, investigators were able to obtain the identification of 2 of the victims whose remains were discovered at his home and in the trash bin. They were identified as Elizabeth Selina Valade, 29, of London, and Brigitte McClellan, 34, of Camden. The 2 women were found to have a lot in common. Elizabeth was a rebellious woman who lived a wayward life from as early as her teens. Born in Nottingham, England in 1972, Elizabeth was the only child of Iranian professor Hassan Valade and his British wife, Jackie. The couple lived a short while in America, yet the marriage broke up when Jackie decided to return with Elizabeth back to Nottingham. At the time, Elizabeth was about 1 year old. Her daughter was a very difficult child who mixed with the wrong people as a teenager. She further stated that Elizabeth dropped out of school and moved to London by herself at age 16. From that point, there was little contact between the two. At age 18, Elizabeth began a relationship with a man with whom she lived in London. Shortly into the relationship, Elizabeth became pregnant and later gave birth to her little girl. The three lived with one another for a brief period before Elizabeth left her newly formed family in search of a different lifestyle. Elizabeth worked in a massage parlor where she became involved with a married millionaire who set her up in an expensive apartment and provided her with luxurious gifts. After some time, she moved out and started to date other people. She began to take crack cocaine and went back to prostitution to fund her lifestyle. Her addiction eventually led to her death. Hardy was thought to have played upon his victims' vulnerabilities by luring them to his flat with the promise of money or drugs. It was Elizabeth's torso that was found at Hardy's residence, and her legs that were discovered by a homeless person in the bin. It was difficult for investigators to identify her initially because her hands and head were never found. However, they were able to obtain a positive ID on her by processing the serial numbers found on her breast implants. Bridget McClellan's identity was revealed on January 6 during a brief hearing at Hendon Court where Hardy was charged with the murders. Bridget, whose torso and other body parts were found in garbage bins, was identified through her DNA. Like Elizabeth, her head and hands were never found. A native New Zealander and mother of 2 boys, she worked as a prostitute in Camden. The money she earned from selling her body was mostly used to finance her crack cocaine addiction. Hardy was believed to have been one of her customers, which is how she ended up in his flat. Bridget was murdered on or before December 30th, 2002, at around the same time Elizabeth was killed. The murders of Elizabeth and Bridget led to a reinvestigation into Sally White's death of alleged natural causes. It was believed that Hardy might have actually murdered her and simply got away with it when the pathologist incorrectly diagnosed her cause of death as a heart attack. They just had to prove their theory. However, after a brief inquest, it was determined that Sally had indeed died of natural causes related to chronic heart disease. The findings would later be disproved following surprising new evidence brought forth by Hardy. Hardy's murder trial began at the Old Bailey Courthouse in November 2003. During the onset of the trial, he made a startling confession. He not only pled guilty to the murders of Elizabeth and Bridget, but also that of Sally White, who was thought to have died of natural causes. He had previously denied murdering the women. The confession discounted the conclusions of previous pathological reports into Sally's death and threw into question the credibility of the medical examiners that worked on her case. During the trial, it was revealed how each woman succumbed to their gruesome demise. Hardy was said to have lured all of the women to his apartment with the offer of money. He then engaged in extreme sex with the women before strangling them. Hardy was a pornography-obsessed necrophiliac who achieved sexual gratification by posing the nude bodies of his victims after death and taking explicit photos of their naked corpses. His primary motivation for committing the murders was so that he could photograph them. It was also suggested that at the time police found...
That's what it was. That's what the police used me. As soon as I explained how he tried to kill me with strangulation and went into details on it on the camera, on the video camera, and that's why I was used as a witness in the Old Bailey. Because he wasn't he wasn't admitting to murders at the time, and I was kept in the dark for months. And at the last minute, he was pleading guilty, and they said I wasn't needed, and that's when I just thought, right, I'll get to Old Bailey and see his face instead. So yeah, never had my day in court, but now he's dead. Huh? Ironic as that. Oh, so now it just makes so clear, doesn't it? Listening to these documentaries this time of day. A lot of it isn't quite true. A couple of the women fall in hard times and they were just fed the drink and the drugs. It's a shame, but you look at the bigger picture now and you see how the drug industry do get people in that industry, and the souls are swollen up and they just fall down on their luck. Yeah, so and all those his history before. It makes you wonder though with the Imperial College. Don't know which type of college he studied at in London, but if you look at educateself.org website, go into Imperial College and look at the history and origins of it, it might be something to do with that. Was he persuaded to do other courses when he met his wife? And then why did they go overseas for a brief time? You know, these things are little things like that. Intriguement. But anyway, I'm going to close this stream now. I'll survive. I've got more ammunition to go on with certain things now. So, there you go. Yeah, the more hacking goes on, more hacking, stop sharing, go into my channel. No, there's a lot of information that I know about other things, and it just links together. Just makes a lot of sense what's been going on for so long. Okay, so let's see if I can find the website now. educatestuff.org or a particular Matt Spires, I think it's called. So let's have a look. There's a lot of things I can't go into because it's personal, very personal. And here we are, a lot more things in the big picture going on. Or did they always create Manchurian candidates? Do they always create people to be shooters? You know, just makes you wonder. I'm so glad he's just dead. I really am. So relieved. It's one chapter that closes, isn't it? Don't know. It's weird, isn't it? Finding them out. Just finding things out. Focus on something else.
Germany.
Well, not vouchers, but transferred. Oh, there's radiation up there. Trauma-based mind control. Wonder if I can find my playlist and that's fine. Super soldiers. Advancement in technology. Play that in the background and I'll try to sleep. Might just keep straining if it don't cut out. See, people don't get badly hacked like I do.
Can leave us with 5 to 50. Hopefully you're not as some people who might have 500, let's just say, burdensome, cumbersome, shitty thoughts that all lead to the 6 paths of shittiness, yea, the 7th being the greatest, and the non-belief. You know, a head full of, and look, let's just take a millionaire, because I thought about this today, you know, I thought about it. You know, let's think about it. A multi-billionaire still has got a head full of problems unless they're able to really consider, be mindful, maybe have something that they're following in a dream or an aspiration. To a garbage man can have a head full and maybe even less than the multi-billionaire. It just depends on the stuff you got, but the stuff you got don't mean shit when you close your eyes. It really doesn't. Silence your mind. Hagatha Hem. That's beautiful that you can say that, because a millionaire is going to have as much trouble trying to silence their mind as a man who runs, you know, a pizza cart downtown. Yeah. Don't make no difference. We're all really left with quite the same burden day in and day out if you think about it, because I spent all day thinking about it. Every man, woman, and child on this planet. You know, just left with being a man, woman, and child. Because again, we come from planet eating ass first, you know, and I giggle myself silly sometimes thinking about, you know, how you know, a couple
Get rid of
times a
old
day
thoughts
we're
and
all
replace new
reduced
ones.
to, you know, being glad that we've got a hand to wipe with, you know. That's part of why I just can't help it, man. I cannot help it. I just think I feel like fucking Pac-Man sometimes. I really do. Fucking video game. A holographic simulation meant to run a planet, which is a fucking prison for predominantly a species, species, a couple of 100 billion of them or whatever, to run around eating each other. And then having to take a big old dump in the bushes, and it might be poison ivy. How many rhinoceroses out there is just taking a big old innocent crap out in the fucking Serengeti and it's rolled over and turned around and gotten some poison ivy on it?
Now tonight, this should be an incredible moment. We're going to be talking with James Casbold about why he was part of a genetic enhancement and mind control program. So stand by, that's next on Coast to Coast AM.
Mind control
James
program.
Casbold is part of a genetic enhancement mind control program at the AL 499 underground base in Berkshire, as well as connected underground facilities in the United Kingdom. Trained and conditioned from a very young age for remote viewing, drug running, and other tasks. This mind control program is a continuation of the apparent Nazi super race projects. The intelligence community is creating genetically enhanced, programmable life form super soldiers and spies with psychic abilities and under total mind control. The program, apparently called Project Mannequin, run by the NSA with the help from British intelligence. First-time guest in Coast to Coast, James Casbolt, who's been doing some work under his upcoming book, Agent Buried Alive. James, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm good, George. Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure. Tell me a little bit more about yourself before we get into this. This is fascinating.
Basically, I was involved in the Project Mannequin. That's what's known as a super soldier project. It's mind control, drug-assisted hypnosis, and trauma-based mind control.
That's right.
Which the NSA and British intelligence, they use trauma and torture to dissociate the mind and program it. And there's a lot of genetic enhancement and engineering that goes on in Project Mannequin and microchipping. It's run by the NSA, British intelligence.
How long has that been going on, James, the program?
The project started in 1972. It's run from a secret base called AL499. And that's located in Peasmore, a small village of Peasmore, 200 feet below the village in Berkshire, in the United Kingdom. And that base is so secret that the local residents don't even know that it's there. It's basically a terrorist base, to be honest with you, George. The NSA and British intelligence involved in kidnapping children from around the country. And these children are programmed with mind control and genetically enhanced.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they're trained from young children in the kidnappings to the base, and some children are even murdered there. In the training, there's the children have fights to the death with weapons, and the handlers of the program, and we've got some names of those people. Basically, they're some of the children are used in the genetic experimentation and are killed in that, and basically they're used in espionage when they become adults.
Just stop it and let it
They
just
use as assassins and things like remote viewing and telepaths as well.
Are they kept in this underground facility from childhood through adulthood?
No, basically you go for regular training and genetic enhancements. For me, it was a couple of times a year as a kid, and then the rest of the time you're out in the community. I lived in London and Reading, in Berkshire. I grew up near the base, and but when the procedure afterwards, your memories are wiped with drug-assisted hypnosis and hardware. So you're not actually aware that you're in the program when you're out in the normal community. And to give you a brief history of the project, it's a continuation of the Nazi super race projects. Goes back to Project Paperclip in 1945, when the British intelligence and the OSS, they brought thousands of the leading Nazi scientists in mind control and genetics to America and Britain to carry on their research. And a year later, in 1946, there was a British genetic bloodline study called Project Anvil. And that was basically looking for gifted psychic children who were rhesus negative blood type. And the NSA code name for these children, they're called digital children, because they actually linked up to the very powerful computers at the facility with the cranial implant that goes in the brain in front of the pineal gland. And the children can process huge amounts of information per second, and they're linked up to the computers and the hardware there for remote viewing and other roles.
You're almost like androids, I guess.
Basically, yeah. I think, a lot of the NSA British intelligence projects, you can tell a lot by the name of them. They often play on words, so this is Project Mannequin. And in the 1950s, Project Anvil changed its name to Project Oak Tree. And that was actually run from Harwell Genetics Labs. That's in Oxfordshire. That's above ground building there.
Well, years ago, if I were to hear even a part of a story like this, I'd say, come on. But, I have realized that we've been experimented on, and we found these things out for ages and ages, tested. So it's very possible that places like this exist and things like this are going on. What about the parents of these children, James? I mean, did you have parents did they know what was happening to you? Did they lose you? What happened?
Usually the parents are programmed themselves. My dad was an MI6 agent himself. He was involved in the international drug trafficking operations called Project Carrier Pigeon. So it was a lot of mind control was multi-generational.
And mother?
Basically, mother was, she wasn't really aware of what's going on because she was programmed herself. And when I was taken as a child, often it would be, it'd be for like 8 hours and things like that. So basically, the parents will always program themselves because if they're not, they'll realise something's wrong.
So what has caused you to come forward with this information that we're going to talk about tonight? And why are you still alive and able to say this?
Basically, I've got a group of renegade NSA operatives that are helping me. And they've given me technology. They've also, I meet them regularly, and they help me with hypnosis to get my memories back. And a few months ago, it was decided that I had enough memories and enough of a coherent timeline of dates and facts and places to go public. So they're encouraging me, they're protecting me, and also the negative evil factions in the NSA, British intelligence. If they were to kill me now, it would add I think it would add too much credibility to what I'm saying.
That's possible. Are you in hiding, James?
No, I'm not. I'm just in St. Ives in Cornwall. They know where I am. I get a lot of harassment, things like that, but it's mostly psychological warfare tactics, and I think this is such a classified operation, such an important operation in this country, that, again, I'd say that if anything was to happen to me, it would add too much credibility to what I'm saying.
Oh, and maybe they figure the story is so incredible that they'll let you talk it and let people say, well, maybe we believe him, maybe we don't, but they figure it's better to let you talk than to try to quiet you.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the book that's coming out, it's called Agent Buried Alive, there's a fair amount of evidence in there. There's photographs of some of the operatives that were involved in the project, names, addresses, there's plans of the base, there's statements from people that have worked there, security officer that I know, and, so I think there is a fair amount of evidence in the book, because I suppose we can talk about some more, the Harwell Genetics Labs in Oxfordshire, because that's actually above ground. That's a place that a lot of people know in this country. That's in Oxfordshire.
Heavily guarded, no doubt.
I'm not sure. There's certain sensitive building areas there that you can't go in. But I'm pretty sure the public can visit one of the buildings, if I'm not mistaken.
What did they want to do, James, with you and some of the other children as they were genetically trying to enhance them and mind control develop them? What was the goal?
Basically, in Project Oak Tree, that was run from Harwell Labs. That was connected into all the major hospitals in this country, and they were trying to identify psychic children through their medical records. And they basically want a super soldier, genetically enhanced espionage agent with ESI abilities for remote viewing, and used as telepaths, used as psychics, increased strength, coordinations, and things like that. This at the Harwell Genetics Labs, there's the codename Alpha entrance, and that's an underground lab entrance there in one of the buildings. You go into one of the buildings, and there's a security desk with 2 armed security officers, and you go in, and there's a lift, and you go down 200 feet, and then there's security desk B underground, and that's usually got 4 armed security officers. And then there's a 2-lane road underground, and you actually go from Harwell Genetics Labs to the base underneath Peasmore. And
no one above ground knows the difference.
No, because there's a lot of different bases around the UK, underground bases. I suppose we can talk about them later, but they all link underground by a train system, and also there's a 2-lane underground road. There's military vehicles going back and forth, so there's sort of quiet entrances above ground, but it's all happening underground. And the first memory for me of being part of the project was in the middle of 1981. Basically, I was driven to the what's codenamed the Bravo entrance, and that's the Greenham Common military base in Berkshire. I was basically driven there in a 40 era, and there was 2 men in the front, and we drove up to the gate, and one of them turned around and said to me, "They keep nuclear weapons here." And I think that was actually a front, because there were protesters out there, I think it was in the 80s, outside Greenham Common, protesting about keeping nuclear weapons there. I think that was a front because there was a classified mind control genetic enhancement project going on. So the gates open, we drove down in the car, and we drove down an underground tunnel, 2-lane road underground, and we got to an underground car park, and there was a military truck on the left, and they took me out of the car, and there's a group of about 15 other children, and we were all given blankets, because the tunnels are quite cold, and we were taken through a door on the right. The memories have always been sketchy for me of what actually happened that day, but an NSA guy's come, and we've gone through hypnosis, and we've got the details, and I've drawn the diagrams of what actually happened.
How did you get away, James?
I wouldn't say I'm totally out of it. I went through 4 what they call military abductions last year, my labs. So, and I'm still chipped the cranial implant. Deprogramming is a kind of lifelong endeavor. I'm not fully deprogrammed. I'm not fully out of it.
Are you trained to be an assassin?
Remote psychic assassin. Part of the conditioning in 1981 was that it evolved around that. We were taken in a room on the right hand side through a door down a tunnel, and there was a kind of classroom set in there, tables and chairs, and we were given, we all sat down, we were given like geometrical shapes to put together, and we were all identified psychics from our bloodline records in the hospital through Project Oak Tree. But what they were doing there was trying to find out who was going to be used for different tasks. They were trying to identify who is more inclined towards remote viewing, who is more inclined towards physical activity like assassination, and being a telepath. Because actually, the people in the project send telepathic messages to each other.
Amazing.
And basically, after we identified who was going to be used for what, a woman came in, and the NSA operative, and some of the program is based around Masonic kind of ritual type activity. And this woman was, she's called a mother goddess figure. It's usually some of the other people I've spoken to in the programs that have survived them, they always say a lot of the program was a woman programming them. So this woman took us in to the next room, and we basically we played a game, some sort of game. I can't remember exactly what it was. The details aren't clear. It was possibly
a mind game, you mean?
It was like drawings, picking straws, sort of similar game to that. And whoever drew the short one would something bad would happen to them. I vaguely remember it was something to do with coloured ribbons. Whoever picked a certain colour, and because my memories aren't totally clear on everything in the project, and basically the child that picked the certain colour, we were all taken to an area of cages where they were housing genetically modified animals, and this child was thrown in the cage with an attack dog, a large sort of attack dog or type wolf, and murdered in front of the rest of us.
Shock treatment?
Yeah, it was to traumatise the rest of us. And basically this was, it's actually called gauntlet training, and it was something that the Spartans did in ancient Greece, because these are like Masonic traditions that handed down the generations, and a lot of it comes from ancient Greece and back further.
So they traumatize everyone by killing one in a brutal way, I guess.
Yeah, basically, and it's called gauntlet training, which is again connected to the ancient Spartans. That's what they used to do with their children. And after that, we were taking it onto, it's called the MAP program, Memory Simulation Program. There's the security officer at the base called the Tripsy. It's like a dentist chair, and you're strapped into it, and there's a screen in front of you, and you're injected with drugs. And they use drug-assisted hypnosis to wipe your memories.
My gosh, stay with us, James. We're going to take this quick break. We'll be right back with you in this incredible story. Okay, welcome back to Coast. I'm George Norrie with James Casbolt. His website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. James, do you have a family? You've got a little girl, I understand, right?
Yeah, I've got a little 5-year-old daughter. Yeah.
How's she doing?
Basically, she's good. I mean, she's a beautiful little child, but she was born with a rare genetic disorder, directly from the genetic alteration I went through. It was called, the genetic disorder is called golden heart syndrome. And basically, when she was born, the left side of her face was misshapen, so was her spine and hips, and also her legs and her feet. And she had holes in her heart, and she had to have open heart surgery when she was 1.5. So, but she's a beautiful little child. She's very naturally psychic herself.
Would you believe that this disorder came about directly because of the manipulation with you, I guess?
Oh, definitely, yeah. They went through so many things over the years. One of the sub-projects of Project Mannequin was called Project Lycan. And basically, the NSA were injecting us with modified animal DNA. And basically, my friend Barry King, he worked at the base as a security officer in 1979. He saw, he was called to a laboratory, I think it was on level 4 there, and there was a scene of a disturbance emergency, and he went into the labs, and there was someone lying on the floor with blood on the floor, and basically there was a large kind of wolf or dog that escaped from one of the cages, and he said this thing was huge, naturally, unnaturally large, and he said that this large wolf saw him and ran towards him, and he heard gunshots ring out, but then he blacked out. He don't remember what happened after that. And I actually saw a large snake in a cage at the facility there. This was, I would say, larger than anaconda. And
were these like mutant animals?
I think it's a continuation of the Nazi super race projects, genetics, where they're genetically modifying animals and taking out modified animal DNA and injecting it into the super soldiers. So, they need people from the right bloodlines. The group that can accept certain DNA and can have their DNA altered.
What were some of the things that were happening to the people, James, if you remember? I mean, were you finding 8-foot human beings down there or anything like that, like these animals?
Basically, there's these things in a facility called PGLFs or PLFs, programmable life forms, and they're a type of military biorobot. They're part machine and part organic, and they're referred to in the base as twitchers because they twitch unnaturally. And there's lots of different kinds. There's some of the ones are small grey, non-human beings, and they've got some kind of big black round eyes, and some of them have got 3 fingers and a thumb, and the others have got 4 fingers and a thumb.
Much like the greys that we've heard so much about, these ETs.
Well, that's another subject all in itself. There are extraterrestrial life forms in this base and other bases. We can talk about that later.
Okay.
Basically, these are military biorobots. They're not aliens, but there are real aliens. The NSA is a fact. The NSA and the higher levels of British intelligence are interacting in the bases with extraterrestrial life forms.
What did they do, though, with these robots? Did they take a human being and add machinery to him?
Basically, with the PLFs, they're developed in 3 stages. Each stage takes 3 months in between, and each stage has its own section in the base, and there's up to 500 PLFs stored at one time in the base, and they're shipped to different military bases in the UK and abroad. And contacting the intelligence community tells me there's thousands of PLFs at Area 51 in Nevada. But what they do, the NSA actually stage false flag alien abductions with them.
Now explain that. What do you mean by that?
Well, what they do is they basically, the NSA are involved in what's called military abductions, MILABs, and they're using these PLS military robots to make people be under the impression that they're being abducted by extraterrestrials.
Okay.
And what they're trying to do is confuse the public about the extraterrestrial agenda and throw in all sorts of disinformation and try and control the outcome.
What do these PLF super soldiers look like, James? If we were looking at one right now, can you describe one?
There's all different types. They're not human. The small grey ones are about 3.5 foot tall. Kind of big black eyes. Their eyes are round, and the way you can describe them, the real greys have got those sort of wraparound V-like eyes.
Right.
But the PLS have got just like round eyes or black eyes, and they're kind of spongy to the touch. I haven't actually touched them myself, but my friend Barry King, who's a security officer who worked at the base, has.
And they don't have any kind of human DNA at all in them?
They're part organic, part machine. I'm not sure exactly what their DNA is consists of. I mean, you don't have to feed them. You can program them for tasks on a computer.
Where did they come from? Were they developed?
That was back engineered alien technology. They were developed from the PLS. It gets back to the treaties that the US government did with extraterrestrials. I mean, the first one was on July the 11th in 1934, and that was with the Zeton Greys, the small greys, 3.5 foot greys. They're actually from the Orion star system, and they made a treaty with the US government, and that was actually on a naval ship in the port city of Balboa in Panama, and that was on July the 11th, 1934, as I said. That was actually one of the most historic events in history.
What kind of a deal was this?
Basically, there was an exchange that the Greys provided them representatives of the US intelligence community with advanced alien technology. And in return, the US government said they would allow the Greys to proceed unhindered with the abductions of human beings. Basically, the Greys' attitude was, we'll give you technology if you allow us to infiltrate your culture. And when they were infiltrating the culture, that was basically replacing targeted humans in abductions with clones under Grey mind control. And that was, like political leaders, military leaders. The Greys are subverting the human population slowly. It's basically, there's good and bad factions of the Zeton Greys, but the negative ones is an invasion, a planetary takeover. And
you're saying, though, that since 1934, James, they have been systematically removing humans from this planet, replacing them with like humans, but they're not.
Basically clones. That gets into the PLF super soldiers. They're the PLF super soldiers are human clones, and it takes 1 year to grow them from embryo to adult. But you couldn't tell them apart; they just look human. And they're basically the NSA create them in the base, the AL 499 in Peaswell in Berkshire, and in many other bases at Dulcie, Area 51. The clone enhancement, and in Project Mannequin, a thing called reverse cloning takes place. Reverse clone is quite complicated, but basically, you're put in a tripsy, and you've got the cranial implant, which is in front of the pineal gland in the brain, and that's connected to the computers through EBL. It's called electronic brain link. And
is there a plug in their head, or
no? It's not. It just uses radio waves, waves. So there is no plug. Basically, the supercomputers in the NSA base, they're again back engineered alien technology, so they can actually decode brain waves. So what they do is they download all your memories and all your emotions onto the computer and record it onto the computer. And what they do is they take a clone of you that's taken a year to grow, and they download all the memories and all your emotions into the clone, and then they kill the original person and send the clone out into the community and the clone thinks it's the original person.
How many of them are out there now?
Everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people in Project Mannequin go through these procedures. Basically, myself and the other children, we've gone through these procedures more than once in our lifetimes, and that's because the clone bodies they age very fast, so they need to be replaced every few years. So basically, and then the clone body has got all these abilities. They're basically the PLS super soldiers. It connects to the Lycan program, which is a sub-project of Mannequin, where the clone bodies are injected and infused with this modified animal DNA. And there's also a program called Tigris, which my code name in Project Mannequin is White Tiger. And in that program, they're taking modified animal DNA from a white tiger, because that's supposedly the strongest tiger, and infusing it into the clone bodies to basically, your reactions are very fast. You can run really fast. My punching power, my kicking power, and speed is unusually, is extremely advanced. And basically,
can you leap tall buildings at a single bound or anything? Is it that unusual?
I wouldn't say that. I'd say, my kicking power and speed is unusual. I do want to get it tested at some point.
And you still have the implant in you?
Yeah, the cranial implant.
Do they control that? Can they control that?
Yeah, basically. They can, they can activate me for tasks on that, through the cranial implant.
Have they done that, or would you even know if they did?
Yeah, they've done it in the past. So, some very strange things have happened over the years. My vision's been altered, where I can tune my eyes in like a digital camera. I can actually see radio waves, scalar waves, and that's part of the programming. Basically, they want all the people, the children, the group of children I was programmed with. We're all connected up psychically, telepathically through the cranial implant. And part of my job was to, when I was in the base, was to send them telepathic messages where they'd be in different parts of this country or in other countries to activate them to do tasks like that.
Do you still do that?
The controllers of the program actually control that ability. And basically, they'd have me in a trip seat on the base, and what they do is they instruct me to give a telepathic signal, and that would actually, because the cranial implants are linked up to the computer, that would be actually carried on radio wave and bounced off satellite. And actually, the other people who I program with would accept that, but it had to be, the programming commands had to be from another member of your genetic group. The NSA couldn't just send a message on a computer, or they couldn't just get one of the NSA officers to come in and send a message. It had to be from one of the psychics in the same genetic group.
It's almost like a relay station, huh?
Yeah, because basically on a psychic level, we all trust each other. We're all genetically connected. So we accept, if we receive messages from each other, we trust each other. We act on those messages. And we can tell when a message is coming from a computer and when it's coming from one of our genetic group.
Is that your way to fight back?
Well, it's a matter of being deprogrammed. That takes a lot of effort, really.
What if the deprogramming, James, for you and others is not successful? I mean, what happens to you?
Well, they've spent so much, the NSA has spent so much money on me, time and effort, that they plan to use me in the future. I've got a sleeping program called Janus. That's actually the two-headed Roman god of change. And that program kicks in when New World Order events start to happen.
Well, we know they're happening now, don't we?
Yeah, but I'm talking about things like martial law in America and biowarfare attacks in this country and things like that. Basically, when that happens, they want the PLF super soldiers to be used in crowd pacification if there's rioting on the street.
Do they ever send them into combat, like Iraq or something like that?
This is more psychic espionage. I mean, I think they are. From what one of my friends says, he was an ex-mercenary soldier. He says that they're using these clones in Iraq. Companies, I think it's Blackwater, is using them. But this, our group, we were basically used for psychic espionage, more political in this country. I mean, to give you an example of that, George, in 1994, I was at a base called the CLC-1 base. That stands for Central London Complex, and it's also called the Compartmented Learning Centre, and that's underneath Westminster in London. And that a remote viewing project was being run from there, and that was called the Tomorrow People.
Hey, James, stay with us. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be back in just a second. Coast to Coast AM. Well, does this sound like the island of Dr. Moreau? Could be. Back with James Casbolt in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. James, I want to get into Project Mannequin in a big way this hour, but how did they, through their remote viewing with assassins, how they try to kill people?
Okay, basically you asked about what my enhanced abilities were. That focuses on remote viewing and remote assassinations called remote influencing. To go into the nitty-gritty of that, in 1994, I travelled up from Cornwall to London. I was taken in the CLC-1 facility underneath Westminster. Was given the primary drug, scopolamine, which is a mind control drug. Basically, that drug is like you're turned into a robot and do exactly the commands that you're given.
While you're under that influence?
Yeah, scopolamine is called. It's a military drug, NSA developed drug. Secondary drug was given diethanol C, another military drug. That's a PSI, psychic booster. Basically, again, strapped into the trip C, the EBL connection was activated, the electronic brain link from the cranial implant to the computers. There's actually, for remote viewing and remote influencing psychic assassinations, there's a headset that you wear. It's like a helmet with a visor in front and headphones. Which actually they pump, the technicians pump enhanced brainwave frequencies through to boost up your psychic ability. And when you're actually doing the remote viewing, you're given instructions through the headset. There's a lab at the back of the trip seat. There's two technicians that sit in the lab in front of the computers. So basically the technicians give what's called a vector intention. And that is, there's three screens in front of you on the trip seat, and they're holographic screens. Again, all this is back-engineered extraterrestrial technology. The vector intention is almost like a coordinates on a map, where the satellite homes in on the location that you're meant to be remote viewing. And it can home in very much detail, almost like a laser. And basically, then what happens is, a lot of occult symbolism is used for remote viewing. In my case, it was the Kabbalah that was put on the holographic screen in front of me, the Tree of Life, and in the top circle there was a spinning geometrical shape. Now, what happens there is you're interfacing with very powerful computers, so your consciousness is becoming one with the computer systems around the world in the NSA bases and the satellite systems. So you actually feel like your consciousness, you feel like you're being absorbed into the screen once you look at the spinning geometrical shape in the top circle. And once you feel like you're really close to the screen, they electroshock the seat, and you feel like you fly really fast through the screen, and the next thing you know, you're having a fully interactive RV experience, remote viewing experience, where you're at a location and you're seeing it, and you're seeing it like I'm standing here looking out the window, and you can hear it, you can see it really clearly, and the more relaxed you are, the more interactive the experience becomes. And the technology is that advanced is the NSA handlers, the Project Mannequin, they can watch what you're seeing on the screen in front of them, because the computer decodes your brain waves from the cranial implant and decodes it into a visual picture, so they can see what you're seeing on the screen and they can record it.
That's riveting.
So basically, the RV locations I did over the years in the 90s, I was RVing other underground facilities around the world. Possibly some of them were in Russia. I can't remember the exact details, and I wasn't exactly told exactly where I was going. They were just using me like a probe. There was also remote viewing the scenes of military conflict, and also they use a lot of remote viewers for remote viewing off-planet, believe it or not. Basically, the NSA has got space weaponized with hardware and satellites from here to at least Mars. So, probably a lot further.
Black Ops programs, no doubt.
Yeah, basically. So with their satellites positioned in space, and as I say, the NSA have got satellites and hardware from here to at least Mars. Your consciousness can link to those satellites, so you can remote view off planet. In one remote viewing RV session in the 90s was actually another planet, which was like a water world. It was, I was remote viewing in the outer atmosphere a bit. Most of the landmass was underwater, but there was 3 main pieces of landmass, and in each one there was it looked like a city of light, a huge city with lots of lights in the middle of each landmass of the 3, and the rest of the landmass was dark. Possibly that was in the Sirius star sector. Sirius star system.
Sure is, which is where the Dogon tribe believes that we may have been visited from. That's right.
Possibly by a reptilian race from there. But I don't know for sure that was in the Sirius star system. I just believe it was. And again, remote influencing, which is psychic assassinations, remote assassinations, that is when you're not just watching, but you're influencing the target with enhanced brain waves. So the NSA is basically, again, using you. You're like an extension of a computerized weapon system.
But if, let's say, though, James, they wanted you to end someone, you would remote view to that person, but how would the person actually die? Would he have a heart attack? What would happen to him?
It was... I'd just like to say, before I start talking about remote assassinations, the children that I was programmed with, the group, they were like what's known as star children, indigo children. These are like naturally psychic children. They're really beautiful children, really beautiful spirits, because the PSI abilities come from your ability to be empathic. So they're really naturally loving, beautiful children. But they were turned and changed, and basically, when you're injected with these drugs, you're under total mind control. Plus, and with the cranial implant, and you're an extension of a weaponized computer system. So you're not really killing these people yourself. You know,
you're just a vehicle.
Yeah, they're using you like a probe. Basically, the NSA is using your consciousness to send electromagnetic radio waves through, and you can actually give people heart attacks, and it is pumped through satellite, from the computers, through your consciousness.
Did you ever try to enter somebody's dream state and kill them?
I don't remember doing that. Basically, my experience of psychic assassinations was we could affect the chakra system of the person and give them heart attacks or strokes or panic attacks. Basically, to give you the details of it, again, strapped in this TRIPC, your extension of the computerized weapon system, and when you RV in, the vision is slightly different. You can see people's auras, and you can see the electromagnetic energy in the environment, and you can see people's chakras. You can physically see them. So what you do is you look at the chakras, or the handlers look at the chakras through their screen, and they identify which is their weak chakra. Is it in the chest? Is it in the head? Is it in the stomach? And they identify the weak chakra, and that one is targeted. The scalar electromagnetic frequencies come through the satellite, through your consciousness, and attack the person's chakra.
Are you at liberty, James, to tell us who might have been assassinated with this project?
I don't know his name, but I remember following a guy onto a London bus in 1994. He was in a suit, and the middle green chakra was attacked, and the guy had a heart attack on the bus. Again, I don't know his identity.
Was he someone they really wanted removed, or was he someone they just wanted you to test on?
No, I got the impression he was a high-level political target or involved in the intelligence community. Yeah, I was involved I got the impression he was, definitely, you could just tell people by their body language, the way they walk, the way they dress, if they're involved in this, intelligence apparatus.
Is this project still underway?
Yeah, it's still going strong, yeah. Children are still being kidnapped as we speak, taken in there and going through all the things I went through.
Are the children brought back to their parents ever? Do they keep them now?
No, they bring them back afterwards before anyone gets too suspicious. But they hold.
How long do they hold them?
Well, you can be in there days, you can be in there 3 hours.
Do they make contact with the parents and say, "Hey, your kid's okay. We can't tell you who we are"?
No, because most of the NSA connected into everything in British intelligence. They connected into the hospitals, the schools. For instance, to give you a bit of detail, the group that I was programmed with, we were known by the NSA as Digital Children. Right. Another code name is Platinum Blues.
And how many of you were there?
There was the group I was programmed with. There's 15 of us in 1981.
Right.
The group, and one of us was killed in front of the others. That left about 14.
By that big wolf or whatever it was.
Yeah, or the attack dog. But the overall group of our group, it was about 70 or 80 children. And basically, in our group, we were codenamed Platinum Blues. That's the official codename, Platinum Blues. We're actually descendants of Royal European bloodlines. My family goes back to the French royal family of the French Revolution. On my father's side, we've got a coat of arms that's handed through the generations to the eldest son in that family. And the bloodline element in this is very important because these Royal European bloodlines, or their descendants, they've got high levels of psychic ability, natural psychic ability. There was generations of PSI, psychic ability, being practiced in these bloodlines in rituals and rites that relate to Freemasonry.
And what's the objective here, James? I don't think it's to use these super soldiers in a war or a battle. There's a bigger plan somewhere, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, to understand the future of what's going to happen, these super soldiers are being kept on ice for when it really hits the fan in the future. Then there's mass chaos in the world.
And they pulled them out.
Then we've been used for different things in the past, but we were still on ice, so to speak. Our real program and our real tasks that are yet to come. But I mean, to understand the futures, I believe it's important to get a history of where we've come from and the connections, these bloodlines. These bloodlines, because their descendants have practiced these rituals, these PSI rituals in the ancient Freemasonry, it's in your genetic memory to be naturally psychic, even if you haven't practiced psychic abilities yourself. And in our group, we're actually descendants of the tribe of Dan, as one of the 12 tribes of Israel. It's the lost tribe of Israel. Basically, they are Mother Moon goddess worshippers, and this connects into Freemasonry, the Illuminati. The Mother Moon goddess was known as Astartes or Diana. There's also another name I won't say, because I believe that's the very negative aspect of her, and I believe there's strong sound vibrations with names, so I don't want to use that name. But basically, the tribe of Dan, they're a super advanced race of warriors and sorcerers. And when I say sorcerers, I mean they have the ability to harness and control electromagnetic energy. And they come from ancient Atlantis. When ancient Atlantis sunk approximately 10,000 years ago, the tribe of Dan came to the Middle East because there was Atlantean colonies in the Middle East at the time. And then at the time of the Exodus, the tribe of Dan left the Middle East and they went up to Greece, and they were known as the Spartans there in Sparta. And again, the Spartans, if you've seen the new film 300,
I've seen that.
The Spartans did all the things that has been done to the kids in Project Mannequin, trauma-based conditioning. They'd fight each other to the death with weapons as children. And they'd fight with wild animals. And if you were born with a genetic disorder or some deformity, you were left, on a hill to die as a baby. But there was basically when the Spartans actually left Greece, because they were traveling from country to country, they went up to France, and other places in Europe. They were actually known as the Merovingians in France, the Merovingian kings there, and there were other royal French bloodlines. And the Merovingians, they were known as the long-haired sorcerer kings. Again, they were master warriors, and they could harness electromagnetic energy. The Merovingians, they would have fights to the death over land and other things. They would fight each other to the death in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel in Paris, the underground tunnel. And they actually built that tunnel, the Merovingians.
So this has been going on for a long time.
Well, since 26,000 years ago, that's when this race first appeared on the scene, the tribe of Dan. But I mean, the Pont de l'Alma tunnel in Paris, that's where Princess Diana died.
Right.
And she was of Merovingian descent as well.
All right. When you were doing this, and do you remember a doctor or anybody like that was involved in this project?
Yeah, there was a lot of doctors, scientist types there. I got the names of some of them. There's photographs of some of them in my new book.
How did you get these photographs? Barry King being a former NSA person, right?
Yeah, he was the security guard at the base at the AL-499 in 1979.
Still alive?
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. I'd just like to say Barry's not very well at the moment. He's suffering with health problems because of the what was done to him at the base. So if everyone listening could say a little prayer for him to help him get well, that'd be much appreciated, because he's got.
How old is he now, James?
How old is he?
He's going to be way up there in age, I bet.
Yeah, he's 56. Yeah, I mean, there's a photograph of us together in my new book.
56 is not that old. I'm 57.
No, he's not that old, no.
He's just a young puppy.
Yeah, but he's, like I say, he's not very well at the moment. So if you listen to this, I hope you're doing well, and I'll see you soon. But yeah, there's a photograph of Barry and I together in the book, and Barry comes down here to Cornwall, and we go through deep programming, help me get my memories back, and he's really helped me. It was Barry who provided some of the photographs for these people. The head of the project, the former head of the project, was a man called Mr. Whitemore. I've got a photograph of him. That'll be in the new book. And the book will be available through my website in the new year.
All right, we're going to have you give that out in just a second, James. Okay. We'll be back. I tell you what, next hour we'll open up the phone lines. You can chat with James Casbolt about this absolutely stunning story you are hearing. And we'll be back with him and more on Coast to Coast AM. One of our regular guests, James, several years ago had a heart attack. He was in apparent good health, but he was controversial, still is. Is it possible somebody zoned in on him and did this to him?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. What we found as remote viewers there was that some people had, like, how can I describe it, special aura. They were like spiritually pure, and they couldn't be harmed. It was like firing.
Like a force field around them, I guess.
Yeah, it was like kind of firing BB pellets at a tank or something. Whatever you did to them, it would just bounce off them. And it wouldn't matter how much the NSA turned up satellite frequencies, they just couldn't do anything. So, and other people had weak chakra systems. A lot of the training that I did in the base was, and the other people, it was like advanced Tai Chi and yoga and meditation. We do Tai Chi and yoga postures, but we'd have, it was like a little black box connected to our belts. It was that flash with a green light. And I think that was back in engineered alien technology, because that enhanced our brain waves while we were training. And I also saw Super Soldier training, like sparring match between these two huge guys. They were wearing combat pants and they had no tops on. These like bigger than Mike Tyson, two white guys. And one of the guys kind of did a double leg takedown, picked the other guy up and slammed him on the floor. The guy on the bottom bit a huge chunk out of his shoulder, out of his flesh. And then the fight was stopped. So, it's just totally pumped up on all these drugs and all these genetic enhancements, really.
Is it the drugs that did a lot of this to them and to you?
Yeah, I think the project relies more on natural psychic abilities and more on genetic enhancements than the drugs. The drugs are just when you're in an RV operation or whatever, you're given those to enhance your PSI ability. But, I think they're relying on the clone, building the clones of the PLF super soldiers. They'd be very powerful in every way, physically, psychically, mentally, without drugs.
Tell me about these underground bases, James. What did they look like? How big were they?
The AL-499 is about 6 levels. I'm not 100% sure exactly how big it is. I mean, a lot of my memories are very hazy still.
But I would assume people live down there?
I don't know if people live at the AL499. I think, like Barry, he went to work and he drove to the Greenham Common entrance and the Harvard Genetics Labs, parked his car, and then went down the lifts and worked there, worked his shift, then went home. That's usually how the workers work, and the people that are kidnapped and taken to the base for RV sessions and things like that, they stay there for a number of hours, and then they're put on the trip seat afterwards. A false cover memory is put in. For example, when I went up to London, I'd be in the CLC1 facility for, say, 5 hours on a Saturday, and then when I'd finished, they'd put me on the trip seat and they'd install a cover memory in that I'd been out shopping all day. And then I'd go back and I'd come back to St. Ives. This was in the mid-90s. I'd be walking along the streets with my friends. I'd have a massive panic attack and throw up in the street. And my friends would say, what the hell is wrong with you? There's something wrong with you. And I'd say, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. So I couldn't remember properly. And it was only in the last few years when I started to get my memories back fully that I've been able to piece it all together. But I don't know exactly how big the AL499 base is. There's diagrams of the base and exactly how big it is in the book, but I just remember certain corridors and certain labs and the layouts of it and the programming that I went through.
We touched a little bit on the extraterrestrial relationship with this planet. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, basically it's I suppose it is best to give the history of the US government and the extraterrestrial treaties. We talked about the July the 11th, 1934 one. Again, the Greys provided the US government with anti-gravity technology and metals and alloys, environment technology, where they developed apart from the medical nanotechnology. But we're not seeing any of that in the public domain. There's no cures for cancer, which they've got their nanotechnology. They're just using it for like biowarfare, things like that. It was either the second or the third treaty. That was on May 1954. That was called the Greada Treaty. Again, that's between the Seaton Greys and the Eisenhower administration, the US government. That treaty took place under the Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico, in the underground base underneath there. An NSA unit called Ultra were involved in that treaty, and they were actually Nazis, a Nazi unit that was brought over in Project Paperclip in 1945. They were the clones, PLS super soldiers unit, the Nazis. Basically, the original documents and the original hardware from the Greada Treaty, that is actually at a facility called Blue Moon, an underground facility. That's underneath Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. And that's the technical headquarters of the Department of Energy. The Department of Energy are developing crafts developed crafts called the Firefly, or TR-3. They're black triangle discs, NSA craft.
Reverse engineered?
Yeah, they're basically black triangle anti-gravity craft. The NSA use them for abducting civilians to underground bases, and they have a rotating electromagnetic field around them, so they can cloak themselves invisible to the naked eye. They're completely silent. They're very stealthy craft. They look like stealth. They're quite small, and they small special forces units riding them, flying them. But basically, to carry on with the treaties, from what this NSA technology was developed, April 15th in 1964, Project Plato it was called. 2 NSA operatives, again these guys were probably PLS super soldiers, they met the Seaton Greys in the New Mexico desert. And that was to arrange a meeting a few days later on April the 25th, again at the underground base underneath Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. Basically, the treaties are broken down at this point because the Zeta Greys have abducted a lot more people than it was originally agreed upon, and that was more of a psychological bid in order to buy time to deal with the problem, because actually the NSA have realised, and again I've got friends in the NSA who are helping me, good friends, some of them are Illuminati above the 33rd degree.
Are they at risk here? Why are they doing this?
Because there's a lot of good people in the NSA, there's good Illuminati people. I know, like, kind of conspiracy theorists say, oh, you know, all the Illuminati's bad, all Freemasons are bad, but it's not the fact that doesn't play out in my experience. There's a lot of good Illuminati people, there's a lot of good Freemasons, a lot of good NSA people, British intelligence people, you know, and they don't want to see children kidnapped and murdered and programmed, you know, so they're helping me, basically, but they know that the Zetan Greys are actually the front men, or actually the little slave drone workers for a reptilian race called the Draco Prime.
Well, we've heard of this race too, and some believe that they live beneath the planet here, or beneath the surface.
Well, that they've been, because in the military bases, the underground bases at Holloman, Dulcie, and Peasmore, AL499, the CLC-1, there's actually ancient underground bases even further below those, and the modern military bases are built on top of those, and they're extraterrestrial bases that have been there for probably hundreds of thousands of years. And that there's actually a nest, the Graham Reptilian ancient base underneath Parliament in London. The CLC-1 connects to that. Now, these bases have been there for a long time, and some of them, the Draco Prime, the reptilians are housed in those bases, and I think originally they're from, the Draco Prime are from the planet Typhon in the Draconis star sector. And they've been coming back and forth from there to this planet for a long, long time.
Do they hurt people?
There's good and bad ones in the Draco Prime. Actually, reptilian warriors. They're awesome species. They're the group leaders of the Greys. The bad ones are omnivores. They move across planets, taking the resources, and they're meat eaters. They harvest the lymphatic systems, and they use people for food, the bad ones. Basically, the Draco Prime, they've got two hearts. They're between about 7 and 12 feet tall plus, and they got the strength of over 10 men. And this is coming directly from the horse's mouth, from NSA Illuminati people I'm friends with that have seen these beings in bases. And they use a lot of holographic and mind control genetic technology. Some of them can shapeshift into humans, and they're very ritualistic. They're almost super religious. And many have evolved down a total technical path, and they've got no emotional bodies. They're like bio-robots. And the leaders are the royal caste, have got white skin. They're the Draco Prime. It's a caste system with the Draco based on skin colour. Now, some of them have been reported as wearing a kind of armour, and others have been reported wearing military uniforms, type of military uniforms, a strange insignia. Some actually talk English, but with a digital computerised voice.
That would be strange to see a Draco speaking English.
Yeah, with a kind of digital computerised voice. That's what people said.
Like he's programmed.
Yeah, like he's a robot. And again, this is coming straight from NSA people that have worked in these facilities, actually spoken to these beings.
You know what I have found, James, to be the most frightening thing, though, you've said tonight, is the fact that they're replacing humans with these clones.
Well, that's ultimately a Draco tactic. That's how they covertly take over planets and then harvest the planets for the resources. Basically, basically you've got, they're subverting the human population. They're subverting the intelligence, the military and political apparatus by replacing the leaders with the clones under their control. And that's how they want to take over the planet, the negative factions. I've got a vague memory when I was 15 years old in the base of being on a table, and there was a Draco Prime, a white one, on the side, and there was like a toolkit laid out with surgical instruments. But that's all I remember about that. The Draco and some Pleiadian reptilian groups have actually genetically created the Platinum Blues, the tribe of Dan, and the other blue bloodlines. They actually created them in underground bases at the time of Atlantis.
Do you believe that there's some people on this planet now who are genetically offspring to these Dracos?
Yeah, the tribe of Dan, our group, we're hybrids. Basically, they created those descendants of the tribe of Dan and other blue bloodlines. The Draco did in underground base at the time of Atlantis, and that was about 26,000 years ago. That was after the last pole shift. To give you the hybrid situation is very interesting because last year I was sitting around my friend's house and we were talking. It got quite emotional, and he said that he saw my face shapeshift. He said he saw my face elongate and change colour to dark red, and he said he actually saw my ears go pointy. And I felt the same, but I felt like this energy go up my spine when it happened. And he was totally terrified. But I don't know what happened. I didn't have any control over it. And somebody else has said they see my eyes shift into vertical slits for pupils.
Now, if that's the case, you're some kind of reptilian. You don't even know it.
Yeah, well, I've got no control over this. Basically, I've got another friend who was an NSA assassin, and he was actually a security officer at the Area 51 as well. Now, he got something happened to his daughter, and he got very emotional. This stuff seems to happen under intense emotions, these genetic changes. He got very upset with what happened to his daughter, and he's with his wife, and his wife told me that she saw hair grow out of his back.
Like a werewolf would?
Yeah, and then go back in. And this connects possibly to the lichen and tigress programs where they're injecting out modified animal DNA into us. The word lichen is actually an occult, like Masonic word for a shapeshifter.
How many soldiers or doctors are behind this program?
There's quite a few. They're the ones that are continuation of the Nazi super race projects with doing all this genetic modification. I've got another friend, his name's Duncan O'Finian. He's released his story. His story is very similar to mine. People have seen him shapeshift, and he's actually grown taller and more muscular. He's grown by about 3 feet, grown more muscular.
What is he, 8 or 9 feet tall?
I think he's about 5'8" normally, and he's grown to about 6'2" and more muscular, and then gone back down again. And people have actually witnessed him doing this, and it seems, but we can't seem to control these abilities. They come out at times of stress. And then I've got another friend, Richard. He lives up in Kent. He was possibly involved in the super soldier projects himself. Now he's just been mixing with some CIA and NSA people in the States. Now there was a major there who he was with. He said he was out walking with him one day, and he said he saw vertical reptilian slits behind his pupils as if he was wearing contact lenses. And then there was another guy who opened his mouth and showed him the inside of his mouth, and there was a human tongue, but there was like a snake tongue at the back.
Like it was split?
Well, there's a human tongue, but then there was a snake tongue on top of the human tongue. and then there was another guy who said, who I think was a CIA bloke who was friends with Richard. Him and Richard had an argument, and the guy got really angry and walked around the side of the building away from Richard. And Richard said he made this noise like the alien of Predator in the film Predator when he's and this really scared Richard when he made this noise. And again, the Draco Prime can shapeshift from reptilian to human. So possibly they were Draco Prime and they could control their abilities to shapeshift at will.
James, stay with us. So we're going to take this break, and then we're going to come back for phone calls as well. His website's linked up at coasttocoastam.com. It's James Casbolt, CASBOLT.com. That's all one word, jamescasbolt.com. And we'll be back to take your calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. I'll tell you, what an incredible story. James Casbolt, our guest, he's live in the United Kingdom. We'll take your phone calls next on Coast to Coast AM. Hey, James, before we go to these calls, can you tell us anything about these renegade NSA operatives who are helping you? I know you can't give us their names, obviously.
Yeah, they're basically a few different men that have helped me and are still helping me now. They've provided me some technology to help me get my memories back. They're basically brainwave technology. And they've provided me a lot of classified information. A lot of the things I'm talking about on the show now has been provided to me by these people who have had first-hand experience with it. I mean, I totally trust these people. It's not disinformation. These are good men. And they've given me information about my own files that have helped me. These men basically, they know the power of anonymity. And, I've signed a legal non-disclosure contract with one of them. And there's a lot that I can't tell you because I'm working with them. And also, obviously, there'll be a lot of military and intelligence people listening and a lot of groups listening tonight. So, a message to you is that I need all the help I can get. So I can be contacted through my website. You already know my address. And I can still keep things confidential when I have to. And I'm willing to sign legal non-disclosure agreements to work with you to get as much help as I can. I'll leave it there anyway.
All right, to the phones we go. You ready, Jim?
Okay.
East of the Rockies, you're on Coast to Coast with us. Hi there.
Hello.
Hey. Hi.
This is Brenda. I'm from Tampa.
Tampa, Florida, James. Okay.
Yeah. I'm fascinated with your guest, and you just sort of answered my question. My brother-in-law worked for the NSA, and he was never afraid of anything, but they scared him. He quit, and he became a defense contractor. And I'm just wondering how this guy is, how your guest is, staying alive.
Well, you explained that a little bit, James, but why don't you explain it for her?
If they were to kill me, it would add a lot of credibility to what I'm saying. And also, I'm not totally out of the project, and I'm not totally out of the NSA's control. I'm still under a lot of mind control. I went through military abductions last year. It was at the beginning of August, one of the military abductions, and I was triggered at night, about 2:30 in the morning, and this was pulled out under hypnosis. I actually got up, got dressed, and headed out the front door, and went down to the local cliffs down there. There was a TR-3 Firefly craft waiting for me there, and was taken on board the craft on a ramp at the back. And there was Special Forces guys, black uniforms with no insignia on it. And there was a cockpit at the front with 2 seats, 2 pilots, and basically flown to a underground facility in this country. Went through more programming. So definitely not out of the project, and still in deep. So I hope that answers the question a bit more.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our wild card line. It's your turn on Coast to Coast. Hi there. Hello.
This is Robert from Los Angeles.
Hi, Robert. You're right around the corner from us, no doubt. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. I wondered if some of the groups are still doing this work, alien groups. When's the last time, in other words, that he has had any experience and knows what alien groups are doing this type of stuff that he's been talking about tonight? And also, is the Queen a reptilian? Groups. I think there's a lot of groups, extraterrestrial groups. There's actually a group known as the Link with the NSA, called them the Link, and that's I think it's over 50 extraterrestrial groups, and there's various meetings in underground bases with the NSA and these groups. Dr. Dan Barish still talks about the modern day treaties. He worked at Area 51. Now they're still going on to this day. Well, I think some sort of war is coming, some sort of extraterrestrial war. This is straight from the horse's mouth. This is straight from NSA friends who work with these beings in bases. But as we speak, there's some kind of blockade being put around the planet. There's a huge amount of motherships around the planet, possibly Pleiadian motherships. My friend Duncan, him and the ex-military guy have technology where they can, it's some sort of advanced camera attached to a telescope, and they can photograph these craft that are around the planet. And there's a hell of a lot of them, with smaller scout ships coming and going. And Duncan presented some of this footage and these photographs at the last Probe International UFO conference in Blackpool that we attended. Also a man called Jose Escamilla.
Oh yeah, we know Jose hitting our rods.
He's a friend of a friend. He is presenting the same photographs of all these motherships that are around the planet now, possibly a Pleiadian blockade. And Jamie Moussan and I think it's Santiago Garza are involved in this disclosure, as far as I know. I think this possibly connects to the UFO fleet sightings over Mexico, I think 2006. But from my understanding, from what I've been told by the NSA, there's some kind of Draco-Pleiadian war coming, and between possibly 2012 and 2030. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't like to make predictions, but this is definitely a fact. These ships around the planet now, a hell of a lot of them, and the Draco come in force to this planet every 13 years. Since the 1934, the first treaty between them and the Greys and the US government, there was a US government group called the Central Unit, and there's information about them in my book. They were involved in a Project Nanmu, and that was the secret infiltration of the Draco reptilians into various NSA bases in America and into Beesmore as well. The Draco came in force to Earth in 1934, every 13 years, 1934, 1947, 1960, 1973, 1986, 1999, and according to my sources, the date of the final Draco invasion is 2012. So, possibly I believe something big is going to happen in between 2012 and 2030. But I believe there's a message of hope in this. I believe that the good guys will win. I believe we're heading towards some new golden age of enlightenment, for want of a better term, really. So I hope that answers the question. And The queen being a reptilian, I think the queen comes from these bloodlines I was talking about, these ancient Atlantean bloodlines, these blue blood hybrids that were actually created by the Draco Prime in Atlantis about 26,000 years ago, at the point of the last pole shift. So I'd say, yeah, she's probably a hybrid.
Okay, back to the phones. Let's go to our first-time caller line. You're up with us. Hello there.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Colleen in Rockland,
Okay.
California. And James, the previous caller asked my question, and as I was listening to you talk about all these things, I was thinking, how do you talk about this and not worry for your life every day that you get up? But you answered that question, but then the other one I formulated while listening and waiting was, why are you telling us all this, and what can we do about it? Is there anything to do about it?
I think the sort of the elites of the world, the Illuminati bloodlines, the negative factions, because there's good factions as well, but I think they're the ancient Atlantean bloodlines, and that they've kept this secret knowledge to themselves since the time of ancient Atlantis and before. And they've used this secret knowledge, because secret knowledge is power, and they've kept it all to themselves, and they've been able to control the masses. And I think it's time that this secret knowledge came out to the masses, came out to the people. People deserve to know. And, it will help the awakening. By learning this stuff, it actually awakens latent sleeping DNA in the brain and in the body. It activates the higher chakra centers. So, I know that this is a huge radio show, and there's millions listening, and that's a blessing. That's a blessing. It's an honor for me to come on the show and talk about this. And I think it's a blessing that this is getting out, and this is being handed to me, from good Illuminati to me, to the people. And this is like a mass initiation. This radio show now is like a mass initiation. As I'm speaking and people are listening, this is waking up millions of people's chakra centers and DNA that's asleep.
Is there any protective measures that individuals can take that on a spiritual level to protect themselves from these types of negative forces? Besides the obvious, besides calling for your, asking in the name of Jesus or your guardian angels to protect you, which is what I do. I do that every night. And in fact, I have a hard time sleeping at night. I try to stay up as late as I can. I'm afraid to go to sleep at night, and I don't know whether it was from past abductions or just past night terrors or past nightmares or whatever. But besides saying nightly prayers and asking for help from the higher realm, is that the best that we can all do?
I think the answer is ultimately spiritual. Basically, it's the kind of spiritual armor that's around me that enables me to not feel fear and be able to come on into the public domain and talk about this stuff. It's like a spiritual armor that's around me, and that's developed through conscious contact with my higher power, God, my guardians, my guides, and it's a spiritual development program that I use. It's meditation, yoga, and it's about love. It might sound a bit corny, but the ultimate answer is love. And
sounds like a Beatles song there, James.
Well, remember the people that couldn't be harmed by remote viewing in the Tomorrow People program were the people who had this special aura, this spiritual purity, when their chakras couldn't be targeted.
What's become of these other digital children you were with?
Some of them, a lot of them go insane, a lot of them end up drug addicts, alcoholics,
They cast them aside, I guess.
A lot of them kill themselves. Some are still used. A lot of them are actually used in espionage. They're working for, British intelligence, NSA. There's not. Barry and I are the only talking survivors of mind control in the UK. I think there's only about 5 or 6 in the US. So that makes, about 8 or 9 in the whole world. So, I think there's thousands of children that have been programmed into adulthood, but, there's about 9 talking survivors.
I guess you did not have a nice or normal childhood, did you?
Well, you see, my whole family is connected into the Masonic apparatus and British intelligence. As I said, we were descendants of the French royal family of the French Revolution, blue bloodline. My father was an MI6 agent. He was involved in the carrier pigeon program, which was international drug trafficking. He was bringing in millions of pounds worth of heroin, cocaine, marijuana into this country from Rome, from the Middle East, from Spain, and he basically, the NSA and British intelligence are using drug money to fund a lot of the underground bases and covert projects.
That's what I heard. And, when we want to really create the war on drugs, it's not going to happen.
Well, basically, it needs the global drugs trade is controlled on the whole by the NSA, CIA, and British intelligence. They've cornered the global drugs trade market. I'm saying negative factions in them. Now, the global drugs trade is the most precious trade on the planet.
What would happen if you made drugs legal?
Oh, I'm not sure. It's worth more than the global oil trade. The global drugs trade is worth at least £500 billion a year. They're funding a lot of these covert projects with it. I was involved in to a small degree in the carrier pigeon project with MI6 in the 90s in London. But that was just delivering kilos of cocaine from locations in South London to North London. And I was using a program drug mule, which a lot of people are programmed in mannequin are. My uncle, he was an MI5 officer in logistics. My grandfather was involved with naval intelligence, and he was a high-level Freemason. My grandmother, she was a female Freemason, Order of the Eastern Star. And, the whole family were Mormons as well. And basically, the Mormon church is just a front for an NSA mind control operation, the whole Mormon churches.
You're opening up a can of worms there, James.
Yeah. And it is very rare for people to be Mormons in this country. I know that my family are the only people I've ever heard of that I know of in this country that were Mormons. So the Mormons get programmed with all the extraterrestrial knowledge, ancient knowledge. The Mormons is like a Masonic thing.
We will have a Mormon call you. Wildcard Line, you're up with us. Hi there.
Hey, George, is that me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is Jordan from Sandpoint, Idaho. I'm calling, your guest had mentioned earlier about martial law here in this country. And I was wondering if he had any details as far as the time frame or events leading up to the martial law being declared here.
Well, there have always been rumors, James, that martial law could be right around the corner, and that Pakistan is a test market for it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's coming soon. I think it's coming to the America first, and then the UK. Spending a lot of money on the FEMA concentration camps. The real concentration camps are underground, by the way. They're called D4 facilities, deep underground military prisons. There's a huge one underneath Denver International Airport. Huge underground concentration camp. There's one in Alaska. Can house millions of people underground. Incinerators there. They're in this country. I've had first-hand experience with D4 facilities.
Incinerators? What are they for?
They're going to basically color code people and put them into sections, possibly with genetic grouping or eye color.
All right, stay with us. We'll be back. On our next Coast to Coast program, you know, the Vatican has an observatory, and we're going to be talking with Brother Guy Consolmagno about it. This is a first on Coast to Coast AM. And welcome back. We'll take final questions with our guest, James Caspel. James, tell us about your website and the book, soon to be out, Agent Burned Alive.
It's Agent Buried Alive.
Buried Alive.
Buried Alive. Yeah. My website is jamescasbolt.com. I spell my second name Casbolt. And the book will be out in the new year. It'll be available through my website. And it covers all the massive amounts of information that can't be covered on radio shows and things. So again,
you know, how'd you get the title, Agent Buried Alive?
Basically, because my programming happened underground, so I was like buried alive. And also, there's parts of my subconscious memories that are parts of my personality that have been broken through trauma-based mind control. They're actually buried alive in my subconscious, so to speak. So that's where I got the title from.
Okay, let's go to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with us. Hi there.
Hey, is it me?
Yes, sir. I think it might be.
Oh, it's no truck driver up here on 85 in Georgia.
Okay.
George.
Thank you.
I want to ask your guest there if he's ever heard of an organization, a secret society called Novus Tech. I've been receiving some correspondence in the mail now. I've got 3 of them wanting me to correspond with them and join this supposedly elite group. And this last, they didn't identify themselves by nothing but a secret society. This last correspondence I got, they identified themselves as Novus Tech, and they were the Illuminati. They made 3 references to the Illuminati. And I just wanted to ask your guest, and I'll take his answer off the air here, if he'd ever heard of them contacting people through the mail system like this, and and they had a text they was going to send me. It's supposed to be thousands of years old with all these answers to all the questions and mysteries of the world, and it's supposed to be all these big, high-ranking people, this members of this thing. And I just was curious if you'd ever heard of that before.
Well, and be very careful too. Don't send them any money, because apparently they have been misleading some people. I don't know. Have you heard of this organization, James?
I've never heard of Novus Tech before, no. It sounds like it's Latin. Sounds very Masonic. But no, I've never heard of them. I've heard of secret societies contacting people through the mail, through emails.
They're based in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah. This was secret society, and the mailing address was going back to Dover, Delaware.
Yeah, they may have moved.
But no, I've never heard of that group before. No. And again, there's good and bad Masonic societies, good and bad secret societies. They're not all bad. So, I expect that they're into, they've got the knowledge of, they probably hold the knowledge of things that were talked about on this show.
All right, well, thanks a lot. It's a great show, George.
Okay, thank you. I'd be very careful. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello there.
Hi. Well, I was going to ask, it was obvious, James, that you said you'd had learned the ability to remotely disrupt the human energy system through satellites. And I was going to ask if you had not necessarily been taught by them to enhance a person's health or energy system remotely, or that through this you'd somehow been able to do the opposite. But then you just said a little while ago that by just listening to you on the radio that you're waking up our DNA or activating it and activating higher chakras. And that made me go, because when I meditate and my higher chakra centers and energetic system are being activated, I kind of feel it. I didn't feel anything. So that's quite a claim to say that just by listening to you, we're all having our DNA activated. And I just, I want to remain open, but if you could, say something about that.
Well, basically, the knowledge is being infused. I'm not saying the chakra centers will wake up secret knowledge across the airwaves, and people can digest it at their own pace, and it definitely will wake up higher centers of consciousness if people digest it. But I'm not saying it will happen straight away. Like I say, people probably have to go away and digest it. And this is heavy information. It might take a while. It might take a couple of years to digest. But it's, but we're definitely coming out of the ignorant state, and all the secret knowledge being held by the elite is coming to the people now.
When you meet people, do you talk with them about this?
Not necessarily, say, in my own town and around the local area, because I have to live in the area, and it's not the kind of conversations you can start having on the street with people, or in the local bar, or in the shops, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, it's just, it's so deep, it takes hours to explain it all. If you just explain a little bit to somebody who's got not much understanding, they'll just think you're crazy.
Well, it's complicated.
Yeah, and this is, you know, the elite groups, they put this information out in people's faces. They put it out in science fiction, films, and things like that. I mean, you know, they hide it right in plain view. So it's like brainwashing, like Hollywood. People think, now this isn't true, it's science fiction, it's films. It's like when the unit group, the US government central unit group, their identity was leaked into the public, and they started to make science fiction films based around it. And also, on the National Security Agency non-disclosure agreement that I signed, it's got section 5. It says, I've just got it in front of me here, it says, I hereby assign to the National Security Agency all royalties, remunerations, and emoluments that have resulted from any disclosure, publication, or revelation not consistent with the terms of this agreement, included but not limited to printed books, television, and motion picture films. So basically, the NSA, they're using a lot of, they're putting out a lot of real black projects into films, as I say. I mean, to give a good example of that, is the film Predator. And that was actually, the NSA got the idea for that film, gave it to Hollywood. It was based on the Draco Prime. There's a group of Draco Prime reptilians that look slightly like the Predator on the film. And it's basically, my friend Richard, the guy, the hybrid that was with him, went round the back of the building and he made that noise, that roar that was slightly like the one off the film. And also, in the film, they've got the kind of, the camouflage that bends light and makes them invisible when they're in the jungle with Arnold Schwarzenegger. They've actually, the Draco Prime have got that technology. It's called thermoptic camouflage. It like bends light, and it's like an electromagnetic field. And the NSA and British intelligence have got that technology now. They've got little thermoptic camouflage boxes that a Secret Service man can wear on their belt and press it, and they'll become invisible with a rotating electromagnetic field. And they can also put themselves through a larger field and step through it, and then they'll be invisible, I think it's about 72 hours, and they don't need the bat, they don't need the little box there. And I think when 72 hours is up, they start coming back. They can see him again, but they get really sick and start vomiting because of the radiation, because of the electromagnetic fields. You know, it was in 2001. I went for an abduction, and I had a close encounter of a large reptilian being in my bedroom, and I was there, and I was paralyzed. I woke up at night, and I couldn't move. I was trying to shout, and I couldn't. There was this large reptilian being in the room, and I only saw it for a couple of seconds, and then it phased out. It went, I think it used this thermoptic camouflage. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it walking around, and I was paralyzed. And the next day, I walked into the bedroom where it happened, and there was a green laser beam that was shining out the wall across the bed. And I actually got my camera and I took a photograph of this green laser beam. And it's on my website. It's in the personal photograph section of on my website, green laser beam across the bed coming out the wall, and it'll be in my book. So that's all this type of holographic technology they're using, the Draco. And again, the NSA have got this technology as well.
Okay, west of the Rockies, you're up with us. Hello there.
George, it's Rich calling from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Hey, Rich, thank you.
Hey, pleasure to talk with you. Pleasure to talk with you, James, as well.
Thank you.
My question is, how long has this information been available? Also, well, actually, a couple of questions. Also, do you think the SS or the Nazi regime, if you will, stands for super soldier? And also, I am a former Mormon, and the information that you gave out was just phenomenal because I've heard my family talk about certain things that they shouldn't discuss why they're in the temple, and I just want to thank you for the information you're giving us.
Thank you. The first question, I'm not exactly sure how long this information's been available. I mean, it's really starting to snowball now in the public domain. Possibly there could be an ET disclosure in the next few years. I think the factions in the NSA are planning it. The second question, Nazis, SS, I'm not sure if it stands for super soldier, but I know that Himmler, in the special projects unit of the SS, Himmler, the special projects unit, were heavily involved in the super soldier research. They had ancient texts that they found. The Nazis were going all over the world looking for ancient artifacts and ancient texts. They found these documents, and also they had some back-engineered alien technology that taught the art of necromancy, which was basically bringing the dead back to life. And they wanted to bring soldiers back to life, regardless of the wounds, regardless of their wounds. And I think they perfected it. To be honest, myself and Duncan O'Finian, we have very similar, vivid memories of going through certain procedures where we were probably seriously hurt, and then waking up in these vats, these like cloning tanks of liquid with these belts around our chest, and we were hoisted out of these tanks, and there were scientists, doctors waiting for us when we got out. And again, this is a carry on from the Himmler, the special project unit in the SS, where they perfected, they could bring a super soldier back to life regardless of their wounds. I mean, the technology that they're using there is the abilities they've got. Basically, they can. There's a man called Andy Pirro. He's another super soldier, but he's disappeared. His story is on the news section of our website. It's called "Another Survivor of Mind Control Speaks Out." Now, he was actually shot, and the flesh regenerated itself after he was shot, and the flesh pushed the bullets out of his body. And Duncan has teleported through a solid wall, and there's been multiple witnesses that have seen him do that. Also, Duncan O'Finian was involved in a fight in this building where there was like over 40 people, and this big guy grabbed him around the throat, and Duncan did some technique, because these things come out when we're in danger, and this guy lifted off the floor, flew through the air, and Duncan didn't even touch him. He did it with telekinesis. And my friend Richard, he was a special forces guy, was friendly with him, and this guy pinned him up against the wall using telekinesis without touching him, and he felt like there were two sort of magnetic pins or poles in the sides of his cheeks pushing his head against the wall, and he couldn't move. And again, this is a continuation of the research that the SS and Himmler did, which they perfected. So, I mean, I hope that sort of answers the question.
All right, let's take a final call. Wildcard line, you're on the air with us. Hi there.
Good morning, George. Good morning, James. This is Kalai calling from Eastern Pennsylvania.
Sure.
I was wondering if James had any comment to make about whether there were Illuminati infiltration in hospitals, because I think I saw a shape-shifting nurse when I was hospitalized in the same hospital, had like 80 murders afterwards, euthanized patients. It was a famous case in Eastern Pennsylvania, 3 different hospitals, the same nurse, which I noticed when I was in there, they were all blonde and they were all blue-eyed and they were all overweight nurses. I didn't have one brunette nurse, and one of them was really nasty. And I thought I saw red light coming out of her eyes, but that's a whole other story. Also, you freaked me out with what you said about the internment camps and incinerators. Then you guys went to commercial, and I was freaking out. What is that all about?
Well, that is, of course, to burn bodies, no doubt, James, isn't it?
Yeah, dissidents. Basically, the first question, I'm really glad you asked that.
And I've only got about 1 minute left for you, Jim.
Okay, that's very important. These NSA heavily Illuminati connected into hospitals. In the AL 499, they're taking organs and freezing them, and there's special refrigerated lorries that go underground and connect from underground base to underground base. The organs come from the hospitals, and these are being used for genetic projects. Project Oak Tree from Harvard Genetics Labs in the 50s was connected into every major hospital in this country, identifying children through their genetic records. There's NSA alien bases under quite a few hospitals in this country and America.
James, I don't know if you're enlightening us or scaring the daylights out of us, but thanks for the program. His website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. For Steve Carr, Dan Galante, Wayne Roberts, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladessor, Ross Mitchell, Ian Punnett, and Art Bell. I'm George Norrie. Somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
All right, Warriors, welcome back. Subscribe, like, and share. Today we're going to talk about stalking, gang stalking, and what it's designed to do. Before we dive into that, Warriors, let's do a breathing exercise. Let's get rid of the mind fuckery. Let's get it to the side so that we can deal with it later, head on, fighting fire with fire. I'm going to share another truth bomb with you, so that you're aware that there's nothing for you to fear in the gang stalking, how it's used as a manipulation. It's terrorism at its finest. Before we dive into that, let's do this breathing exercise so that we can set that mind fuckery to the side, so that we can concentrate on the truth. The truth will set you free. Before we do that, come on, join with me. Stop what you're doing, and let's do this breathing exercise. Let's regiment ourselves so that we can start using and feeling ourselves move from the emotional responders that we were to the logical responders that we are. I need you to feel this transition. This is your first line of defense. Warriors, follow with me on this. 5 Mississippis. 5 Mississippis is the count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippis, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5. When we release together, what we're doing is we're calming our core. We're bringing ourselves calm, peace, so that we can think logically, so that in this video we can go from hearing to listening. You get me? 5 Mississippi's, come on, Warriors. Release slowly. All right. Shake that shit out, Warriors. Today's coffee day. Did a lot of driving. We're at another location. Hopefully we're going to try this one out. Haven't been to this one in a while. All right, Warriors. Today we're going to talk about the gang stalking. And let me tell you where this is utilized as a tool so that you have an understanding of the dynamics of how it works. In the military, we use psychological warfare. And in the studies of psychological warfare, it is to incite panic, fear, and controlled schizophrenia into the enemy. So that in essence, you're winning the war before you even engage the enemy. You're crippling them. It's like punching them in the stomach with a fear factor. When you're being engaged in this manner, and also understand it's used effectively in law enforcement. The reason you are able to identify the gang stalkers is purposeful. They did this on purpose. They want you to see them watching you. This is the beginning stages of it. They want you to identify them as following you. And this incites the fear, the panic, and incites controlled schizophrenia. The reason we did it in law enforcement is because in the criminal mind, they're always paranoid. They know they've done something wrong. They know they've hidden evidence. They know they're being watched. And now they're rethinking of what it is they've done, and they need to backtrack to hide the cachet of evidence. In law enforcement, we use this as a tactic which would move the criminal to engage the evidence we needed to get a conviction. And so that in itself, by inciting controlled schizophrenia, they would lead law enforcement to the evidence that was needed. In your case, what they're needing you to be is stuck in the mental chaos. And in your case, they're wanting to incite, in the controlled schizophrenia model, what they're trying to do is get you to that threshold of suicidal thoughts. Once that enters your data bank, once that enters in your mind space, it becomes, it starts to fester. And the more you get gang stalked, the more paranoia, you will start being reactive and stop using your logical. And what do I mean by reactive? Reactive is you now begin to engage those that are stalking you head on. You start to, because you want evidence that, is this really happening, right? Once they see this, then they know at that moment that you're biting on the hook. So what I'm going to tell you right now is to stop what the fuck you're doing and listen. The way you combat stalking or gang stalking is to not fall into the routine. Now do you understand why I always talk about throw those fucking shoulders back, carry that smile, and be the mystery. No routines. When you become predictable, you can be hunted like an animal. As a hunter, an avid hunter, I can track anything. I can figure out the routine. You need to stop being so complacent and so stuck in your routine. You need to change everything that you do. If you go to Walmart, don't go to the same damn Walmart. Treat yourself to the new. Exploring those energies of the butterfly feelings of going to new locations in different areas, different stores, is fun anyway. Start feeding that, the exploring nature of us. And at the same time, throwing off the gang stalkers, because that takes a lot of preparation. Do you understand? When you can throw the gang stalkers off because you're not readable and you have no routine, it makes it a lot harder to have in place different people that are going to meet you at your routine spots. I don't care if it's the same damn Starbucks, the same Chipley's Donuts, or the same Walmarts or grocery stores or gas stations, ATMs. You fall into a regimented routine that you need to break yourself of. When you do this, now you become hard to spot, hard to predict, and much harder to gang stalk. The reason why you're able to be gang stalked is because you're predictable. Are you listening, warriors? You need to become the fucking mystery. It's that simple. The gang stalkers are all part of a network wanting to gain from something you have. You have something that they're aware of and they want. When you switch that control from them having it to now you regaining control of your power, they are desperate. And they will call on all the other toxic ass people in their network, and they get promised a piece of the action to participate. And this is how they do things together. They will join forces for another. It's a type of sadistic partnership that they have in their network. None trust in each other, understand that. And when these networks end up tidy and run by a sociopath, psychopath, borderline, any of these with vengeful hearts, a lot of hate, a lot of rage, and there is no payout, guess what happens? When you become the mystery, those in the network don't give a damn if you fell for it or not. They want their payout. And if you disappear, go no contact, blow the fucking bridge up, the one that negotiated the terms of a gang stalk ends up having to pay for it somehow or another when there's no cash out. You have now flipped the fucking script. Understand, gang stalkers are bottom feeders. They're all on the take. And when there is no payout, somebody's going to pay. So this is why you need to disappear. The Hoover will become more intense because the dumbasses that engage the network have no way or means of paying it back. And if they don't, they know full well they need to be fearing for their life. Because whoever it might have been that they networked with or partnered up with are dangerous. And they want what they got coming. See, in their mind, they already spent it. And this is a disruption that I need you to cause in the network. And believe me, it will become a feeding frenzy. They will disappear and leave you the hell alone because they are going to now chase the one that started the mess. Can I get a what? By you flipping the script, by you paying attention and now adopting new lifestyle changes that I'm encouraging you to do beyond the breathing exercise. When I say go no contact and blow that damn bridge up, what I mean is no one can reach you via text, no flying monkeys, no frenemies. You change everything about where you're at, your location, including how you carry yourself and how you communicate. In your refinement and in your new awareness, you are now in total control. You no longer have the diarrhea of the mouth. You're not spreading your damn resume out there because you know the dangers of those that are listening. Even when you think no one is looking, someone is watching. You are now going to be in control of your space and understand that gang stalking has a purpose to incite panic, fear, and schizophrenia. The ultimate goal is for you to see yourself out with suicidal thoughts. You got this, warriors. Y'all are badasses. Hold your head up high. Clean yourself up. Smile. Throw those damn shoulders back. And break the routines. Don't engage the animals. Don't look at them in the eye. They're irrelevant. They don't exist. In your world, you had their funeral. All right, warriors, y'all get out there and own it today. Take charge, kick ass, and take names. You're champions. You're fucking warriors. Own it. Until next time, namaste.
Built with special sensors and a small rock hammer and a rucksack for mineral specimens and those kinds of things like that. And I had my little pistol. And, being an engineer, didn't have time to carry a big hunk of pistol like most of these Green Berets carry. Stuff like that, black berets. I carried a little Walther PPK with a 9-shot clip. As soon as I got down this hole, standing about from me to this gentleman over here in the front row, 10 or so feet away, 7 feet away, something like that, was one of these 7-foot-tall stinking alien guys, and I didn't waste any time. I said, I'm not fiddling with you guys, and boom, away you go. And I was one of the rare few that had been lured that this may or may not occur, and so basically was given ET training, but a lot of these other people weren't, and we were. In fact, it was asked, are there aliens in the area? And of course, the big question was no. And that was a big lie. And of course, 66 people died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. I lost a lung. My lung was literally burnt out of me. My fingers burnt off of me. My toenails burnt off of me. My skin was... I was in radiation isolation therapy for 400 plus days. My bones were vitrified or burnt. I was cooked. I managed to survive. Here telling you something about it today. But other than that, I'm the only talking survivor. There are only 2 other survivors, and they're in nursing homes up in Canada. Canada refuses to allow the United States officials to talk to them. They're in very bad shape indeed. One of them can't talk, and the other one doesn't want to. So, they're regarded as Canadian heroes. So, they're being kept by Canada. Okay, this fellow over here. Speak up loud. Actually, yes, there's several. In fact, as I was coming to this talk, I was supposed to be here by plane, but there was a subsequent foul-up. Anyway, I drove all the way and did it one day. But as I was coming over up near Cheyenne, I noticed the military, Air Force, and the Army are building a so-called new, end quote, boot camp, prison camp, right up in Cheyenne, brand new. And I was here 3 months ago. I wasn't there. So it's something brand new. In Colorado, yes, there's about 4 underground bases, one being at Denver International Air Base. I call it Air Base, Spaceport, or whatever you want to call it. Denver International Airport. No wonder your luggage gets lost. There are 8 levels underneath the airport, tarmac there, end quote, tarmac or cement bank. And so those bags could be there for a damn long time. Why, just imagine if this was instantly turned to agate 30 or more million years ago, those bags could very well be the same way. So yeah, there's a number of them. And I wish I had a map with me. In fact, in subsequent talks, I'll have a map, which will be put on on the overhead. In fact, my next talk, I plan to have just that. I had planned to bring a map here and had all the latitudes and longitudes of all the bases, and I can't do that. That would be a nice jail sentence for me, so I didn't bring it. So, but other than that, I'll have that all researched for you. Yes, this woman. Yes, as far as there being an inner Earth, a hollow Earth, or anything like this, no, I've never run into anything like that. However, Al Bielek has been on these tunnel trains at the better part of Mach 2, going from coast to coast an hour and a half, faster than any jet plane that we got, including the SST, or thereabouts, the same rapid speed. But I helped build a lot of these tunnels, and all of the underground mountain or military bases are connected. All of them, all 131 of them. They're connected both by road, not a big freeway under there, but it's at least a 2 to a 4 lane road, rather narrow lanes, but they're there, and they're also high speed magneto-leviton train tunnels. Yes, this lady over here. Stand up and speak up, please. What levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this, especially the higher levels, higher officer levels. The enlisted, I'm sure, don't, or is basically kept in the dark like we are, end quote, we are. So, yeah. This fellow right here with the hat. Well, there's 131 of them in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48. There's some in Canada, I'm not counting those. Some in northern Mexico, I'm not counting those either. They average about 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground, an average depth of 5,700 feet underground. Average cost $17 to $31 billion each. They employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000 people. There's some very large ones now being built in Sweden, one of which is repudiated to be 30 cubic miles. It will take 5 years to build that one at a cost of about $2 trillion. And that's all being supplied by the United Nations. Yes. Anybody over here? No. This gentleman. Speak up, please. Okay, you want to know exact locations of all these? Well, for where all of your Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are, they're with all the present, not the ones closed down. And by the way, the closed down bases are now being used for gasoline storage and equipment storage and these kind of things. So they are not really closed down yet. Boot camps, end quote, boot camps and all this kind of stuff. So-called prisoner camps and these kind of things. Right now, our police, for instance, are being trained by the Air Force and the Army intelligence in martial law research, as they call it. How dare they call that by that name? But where these are, they're where every one of these strategic bases are now. In Colorado, and in around Denver, there's 3 of them, and they're fairly small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Some of them were built a long time ago, back 35, 40 years ago, and they're only maybe 500 feet, and they're mostly for equipment storage. Denver, and then there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area, as you know. By the way, Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nikola Tesla's laboratories were in Colorado Springs, and need I say more? I'll leave that up to Al Bielek. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Nellis Air Force Base. That's in Nevada. It's north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month. That's up very close to, end quote, Area 51. That whole area, by the way, the state of Nevada is 81% end quote, managed or owned by the federal government. Land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's why there's groups rising as we speak, dealing with the problem very vociferously. And senators are now getting involved. So evidently waking up is occurring. Yes, this gentleman over here. Speak up, please. Okay. Yes, they are. The gentleman asked, are these tunnels connected to large caverns? Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's underground. Everything's a city underground. Most of these bases both have military bases, and they have all the accoutrements of life. Remember, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it in our tax money, but most of it in clandestine approaches, and that's definitely undermining the country. Yes. Well, some of them have a difficulty in understanding our language. It's too slow to them. If you've heard whale songs or bird chirpings at high speed, it's about what these aliens sound like audibly to us. So it's a bunch of gibberish. Yes, they've slowly actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes or 11 civilizations of aliens visiting this planet all the time, all of which are known by the U.S. military, 9 of which are not very good indeed. They're pretty bad news. 2 of which are benevolent, but the benevolent ones have supposedly left. They have their own little war of sorts, especially the Pleiadian groups and whatnot like that, of which Val Thor was repudiated to be a Venusian, but other people will learn he looks more like a Pleiadian. He looks normal human, except he's got 6 fingers and toes. He's got one oversized lung. He's got 2 hearts. He's got all kinds of weird stuff. Bones are bigger. Yep. The man asked, do I tie in the alien agenda to the New World Order? Yes, sir, 100%. I can elaborate briefly. The New World Order right now basically is dismantling countries, governments, telling governments not to war with each other anymore, basically. So that looks good on the outside. They're taking their orders directly from the aliens who've got their own timetable. They want the one world order because they want the planet for themselves. Of course, you've often heard of the term Global 2000, and that's a supposed sinister plot, or has been a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce or thin out the so-called ethnic cleanse the population of the planet by 5/6, or roughly 5 of 6 billion people, enslaving the rest to work willy-nilly with the so-called people of the New World Order. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien agenda is not really well believed nor understood by a lot of these one-worlders. They don't believe it. They think they've been singled out for their own end of glory, and what they don't know is they're just another human being, and according to the negative or bad aliens, they're just another, we're considered bags of food to them. they don't eat us like we think of a cannibal eating a hunk of meat, but they use our glandular secretions as part of their food base, their blood and their glandular secretions like adrenochrome and other kinds of things like this. And in fact, the Atlanta Center for Disease Control has figured out ways that we can combat this and all this kind of thing like that. It might be where these new designer diseases like AIDS and Ebola and hantavirus and all these kinds of things have come up out of nowhere. And these diseases, end quote, almost have a mind of their own. Yes, this lady here. Okay, lady asked, is the tunnel building having an effect with earthquakes? Yes, it could very easily be, although you got to remember a lot of these underground bases are constantly being repaired, and so a lot of people have to be hired. As far as the U.S. government, second part of her question was the U.S. government modifying our weather? Yes, that's an affirmative. And we have the U.S. government's been working with the Russians for at least since 1972 and maybe as early as 1966 on weather modification. That's a well-known fact, and it's well employed. And by the way, they can literally weather modify a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do it is pretty obvious. Yeah, right. Or they could actually send a plane inside of a hurricane, for instance, that would blow off an atmospheric bomb or a shockwave bomb in the eye of the thing. It would completely dissipate. Well, they don't do this, of course. There's probably other reasons for that. See which way it goes, or what kind of havoc, and how we can study the havoc, and we go from there. This fellow way in the back is black. How do we learn more about our general topic? Well, there's this particular fellow, his name is Richard Souter, PhD, wrote a book recently, Underground Bases and Tunnels, What is the Government Trying to Hide? That is one book. Then we have here's a popular science article, Secret Air Base. The government doesn't want you to know that Groom Lake, because supposedly Groom Lake doesn't exist. Well, I guess if it doesn't exist, then me talking about it, I guess I can't be arrested or anything. I'm just full of poppycock here. Well, the editor, one of the editors of Popular Science that put this article out is now in federal prison. Then there's a book that called Stealth Fighter Pilot. These books are available. I got this one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher. I did some test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was would run the aircraft back and forth on the runway, the special runways we built at Groom Lake. There's a picture of me in uniform. And I can go on. And, these publications are out now, and they're available. Yes, this lady over here. I can't hear you. What? Okay. Okay, that's kind of a mixed bag question there. She asks, with martial law being called, will precious metals and all these kinds of things. First of all, hoarding anything will be outlawed. If you hoard food, have a radio, any way of communicating, stash gasoline, these kind of things, you would just be rounded up, and that'll be the end of you. Martial law is martial law. Martial law is dictatorship of the worst form, or one of the worst forms. And her other part of the question, if I got it right, was when's the alien takeover? Well, the alien takeover right now is, and probably will be for probably the next 20, maybe 30, 40 years, will be basically in the background. The idea is to get the one world beast-like government order in place and to thin out the population of the planet. And then, of course, then all heck will break loose from then on. And whether it is, I don't often mix Bible and talk, but some people have alerted, well, this is already mentioned in the Bible, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. Well, that may be, but all I can tell you is I've been face to face with one of these sinister characters, or a couple of them, at saying the least, and most people would, just the shock of them seeing such a thing would cause them to not be in a very healthy mode, frame of mind, as physical as well as mental. This man here in the blue coat. Well, it's a combination. What technology is used to build these underground bases? Well, we have lasers that can drill out or basically deflagrate or melt out a tunnel 7 miles a day. And that tunnel is 28 feet wide, 28 feet high. You've been told about drilling and boring machines in a very slow, quarter of a mile a day. Most of that went out in World War II. Most of that's all World War I or World War II era materials. And once again, you've been badly lied to. I can hardly believe, first of all, I've worked on public engineering projects, and we do better in grinding up road beds and laying them down at the rate of 4 miles a day, and supposedly that doesn't exist. Well, I worked on one in the state of Oregon just a few months ago, and we built a tunnel for sewage tunnel and whatnot like that. It wasn't very big. It was about 6 feet across, and I drilled right through solid rock, right through the base of under one of the hills in Portland for their new light rail. Did that in 2 days. But it was a complex, it was a small, complex tunnel. It was big enough for a man to crawl through and inspect. I was one of the people who inspected, so yeah. What technology? A lot of this is alien technology, readapted for our own use, but a lot of it's our own ingenuity too. So you can bet, how can you tell alien technology? Well, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking a oxyacetylene welding torch and trying to cut into this metal and getting nowhere, obviously, would be metals research, aircraft research and the like, and different tools and products, which things that are many times the hardness of diamond or known hardened substances like boron. Obviously, that's nothing that we came up with on our own. What we could have over a several hundred-year period. But you've got to remember, too, that the military technology is outstripping the public sector technology at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year, every 12-month calendar year here. So every year going by this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than where we are today. So it's quite possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared and reappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public state technology. Computer technology right now, it's off the scale. I can't tell you. It's just right now, and employing just in black jet and stealth aircraft, the new computers are so completely advanced that we couldn't get them in the public sector for maybe another 40 or 50 years. Yes, this lady here. Well, the lady asked with the slave labor camps, the old, the infirm, the handicapped, are they going to be executed? And will there be executions? You can bet your bottom dollar there actually will be these things. I wish I knew more, but I don't. I've had my own agenda to kind of keep up and talk about. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. If you look at all the 39 prison camps that are presently built, and they're called boot camps, by the way. And of course, these new trains that they have that have 143 shackle placements per train, they're a scary thing indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations Prisoner Transfer Cars. Well, that's an appropriate name, I guess. Well, we got to wrap it up here. They're telling me it's time. I'll take one more question. This lady over here. No brainwash. They don't brainwash you. How do they brainwash 18,000 people that are working? Well, you sign this little piece of paper saying you work, you go to prison for the rest of your days. Or you're not going to be taking home a paycheck of about anywhere from $4,000 to $40,000 per month, depending upon your position. 40,000 a month is a lot of petunias. Okay, I got to wrap it up here, folks. So I'll be over in Al Bielig's booth. I think it's over in booth number 125. I could take other questions there and let you take a look at artifacts. And once again, on these artifacts, in a very few minutes, don't handle them, just look at them. Thank you very much.
Understanding how we got the Bible makes me appreciate the men who preserved these texts, and probably in monasteries like this. Absolutely. And the fact, Dean, that we have so many manuscripts puts the Bible in a league all of its own among ancient works. Now, let me ask you this. Suppose these manuscripts didn't exist. Then what could we know, if anything, about Jesus Christ?
Well, that's an excellent question, Dean. And the fact is, it has been answered quite convincingly.
Everything we've seen so far reflects the scriptural evidence regarding Jesus. Can we learn anything about Jesus Christ apart from what's in the Bible? Within the first 150 years of the Christian era, there are several non-Christian writers who mention Jesus and the phenomenal growth of the early church. Dr. Gary Habermas, author of The Historical Jesus.
Actually, the life of Jesus is recorded in whole or in part, different segments, in about 20 different non-Christian sources, archaeological or historical, outside the New Testament. Now, most of these are little snippets, a sentence here, a paragraph there, but you put them all together, and there's approximately